Yay! Things are working. Alright. Maybe today I will either A, actually get oil set up, or B, blow open that cave that I found, and C, maybe not spend the entire fucking session redoing the electrical in my house just because I wanted to put everything on the ceiling instead of using poles. Or we could do that too, yeah, God, these signs are a lifesaver. I am so going to sign up this whole entire joint. Now then, you're slowly peeling up. Can I tether a ladder directly to... No, I just have to kind of guesswork it. I mean, it's not hard, but I do enjoy avoiding trial and error. Okay, it's just not going to line up. That's about as close as it's going to get. Oh, it's janky, but it'll do. Okay, Alt to scroll through the bars. Hypertubes and transports of other such descriptions are down south. And then I've got my basic wiring tools and conveyor belts here with foundations, because that's just what I'm used to having available. Got long-range power transport and water, which I could probably move even farther out if I feel that I need to get some more recipes in close proximity. Like, say, constructors and assemblers. But I very well may have higher priority needs for piping, since I'm ostensibly going to be setting up the oil at some point. Let me check in on, let's see, how much are you 80 output? No, 80 input. And then I am pulling, yep, 270, dividing it to 135, consuming it at only 30. Okay, so let me 160 input. Okay. Which means at most, out of these two, which are also receiving 135, yeah, I could double up on this. Like, I need these to be getting consumed so that I can get that bottom one off. But you're full is the issue. Because the things that consume you are all extraordinarily slow. Unlike in Factorio, where I can just have crafts going for the conveyor belts themselves. Like, conveyor belts are always just a built from raw sort of affair. So steel beam seems to be more or less your bottleneck here. I don't actually know what my steel beam output level is kind of like. Obviously very throttled and not keeping up, to be sure. That's the SAM. So here's my, yeah, there is no way in hell that this is keeping up at any kind of extension of imagination. The lines are filled and backed up. Okay, yeah, that's stealing beams. I was like, why are there beams in the thing feeding the beams? Like, nah, that's just stealing beams. Do I have you feeding a dimensional storage anywhere? I know I got one set up, but I think it was in an outpost. Yeah, you're going to the black powder, you're making monopolists. But you are also balanced so that, on the assumption that that's going to be filled more often than not, refill the fuel, so that, like, these are calculated such that it's assuming that's going to back up, and then all of this is going into there. And then the other half of it is going a long way over into, not you, making rotors. I drastically need to uptick my steel, because I am not providing enough steel ingots for the various crafts that need them now. I'm going to be drawing on it more since I'm outcycling these, so I no longer need screws. Because not only does this produce faster by a margin of like 2.5, 2.25, it only uses, standard guise copper after a couple of steps, and then steel piping, which is also just raw steel. So as long as I can supply the coal for it and refurbish my iron outputs, which is probably something to do with that output line that I was looking for around here somewhere. Dimensional storage on the second floor? No, it's down here. You're not doing anything anymore? You're not doing anything anymore. You've got a little bit of overflow stock for that to help keep me topped off if I tap into it. Yeah. I have some in my inventory too, right? That'll keep it from immediately eating off the buffer. And then you're just permanently keeping me fueled up for my jetpack, which means I don't really need to be carrying it on hand by more than a stack, but I still have to replace it. Anywhere, ever. This is just always overflowing now because I've run everything on coal power. That was the point. But yeah, I can go ahead and... I'm just kind of afraid of that. This isn't going to work. You're going to cause a... Oh, wrong menu. Bit of a jag, but it'll allow me to... Straight. Ooh. It's hideous, but it will get the job done, yeah. Mark 3, Mark 3, okay, yes. I am automatically crafting at Mark 3 still. Once I get a little bit more rubber to my name, I'll have Mark 4s. Just give me those cables. I'll just carry those around. That's not a big deal. Okay, what I'm going to do with you is... be over a little ways. Oh, stop that. Nope. Quit that. Don't do that. Okay. What am I snapping to here? Oh, either way, that'll be fine. Step straight, because yeah, it's just not gonna work. Come on, it worked. Yeah, the level's not right, but whatever, I don't care. One stack for myself. Yeah, I'll probably go grab some concrete for a minute. Yeah, the double input, double output is by far and large the greatest thing about the upgrade to this. The extra space is kind of whatever, because as demonstrated all throughout the factory with the stacks that I have, you can emulate that quite easily, and also at the same time like back it up a bit, and then stick splitters and mergers on it to work around it. By having double the inputs allows you to get double the maximum conveyor belt level into it at the same time, because no matter how many mergers you have, ultimately you hit the limit of the belt's capacity. Let's see. So I will be working in piping here pretty soon, and that piping, yes, it'll be consuming concrete and plates, which both are being fed into the storage already. Dimensional, I mean. So now that there's a stockpile of that going into the right thing, could double up on this, I think. I just don't know that it's necessary. Because, like, in theory, I could have a dimensional storage set up here, and then inputs coming from somewhere in the factory, and then I could have an overflow, so that if once the dimensional storage is doing something, it could go somewhere else. But even if I wanted to do that, I would think I would want it somewhere else in the factory than this. I'm thinking this whole setup could stand to be moved once I empty that out. I just kind of plonked it down here because I wanted to get the fuel right from here, because this is a quick and easy overflow feed. Like, I cut half of the burners down in exchange for the for its coal power plant taking over. What is it going to take for you to do that? Can I just speed that up? How many am I carrying by default? About 400? Oh yeah, that helps. I like to pick up that. There are no on that. There are some on that. In a minute. Okay, I see. I won't update while I'm looking at it. Now it's empty. Good. And there's no more collision with that. That's nice. And then you are empty. Alright, all cleaned up. I just dump all of you here, and then take a couple for myself. And I ended up with some iron ore in my inventory. So dump that in a... Ah, there it is. I was looking for 200s. When it was 198, I couldn't find it. Yeah, all those. But where was that input line? I left myself parked in front of with a sign to make sure I took care of. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Like, that's a relatively recent addition to the factory, so I don't have a logistical memory of it. Where it is in relation to anything else yet. Ladders? Yeah, ladders seems like a decoratively functional thing. Oh, except it won't snap to the catwalks, it looks like. Oh, no, it does. It just, the angle is weird. Okay, it's snapping, it's just the angle was weird, so I was taking it. Yeah, that's fucking weird. Must you go that high? Anyway, there's nothing wrong with it, so to speak, but at the same time, I thought it was cool. Whatever. It goes up all the way, and then I can do that. Yep. Your limestone, your copper, your plates? Oh no, your cabling. Okay, you're just a Mark II belt, which I can bring over to the right menu. On steady. This is 100% not necessary. This is feeding into some machine over here for the elevator. Space elevator. There's the word. And that's already agreed. So this is just space elevator component, yeah? Yeah. I made an additional one, I think, over here, running on just these, and then I think it crafts into automatic wiring, or electrical wiring, or no, yeah, automated wiring, not automatic, automated, but yeah, close enough. All right, so where is this thing I left myself parked in front of that I no longer remember? Where is that? Iron input coming from somewhere. In the raw varieties. On one of these. Lights on. Should I bring it out to the east or the west or something? Where is this? I forgot it already. I swear it was over here somewhere. There it is. Okay, it was on the left, not the right. Get myself on the belt. Alright, so these are 120ers. Set of 2 that need to be fed into a smelter, I guess. 8 of them, as it's listed. Let me get out some labels. Oh, that fits perfectly. That's so great. Oh, that's... What? No, don't do that! Oh, that's horrible! How do I tell if it's upside down or not? I think I may have put it upside down again. Yeah, I did. How the hell do you tell if it's upside down or not at a glance? Okay, that fixed it. Alright, and I learned in the past that the reason why the copy and paste wasn't working was because the original crafted unit we'll go the whole way. We'll say exactly what it is. Yeah, it's like I can only paste the settings if the original copied item still exists. If I deconstruct it as soon as I copy it, I can't paste anything. Or I'm full of shit and it just... whatever. I had this working before. I was copying and pasting. Why doesn't it work now? Okay, it does. I'm glad I was recording that. What did I do different the second time? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, so that's those. And what did I need to... Like, obviously that's for smelters for making the iron ingots, but why would I need the iron ingots and not, say, steel? Because I've been disassembling things and decommissioning things, so I think if I trace the crafting of the screws up a ways to you, and you're being fed with the iron rods, and the iron rods are being fed in by a very strange location. That's output. Set my rods up in reverse, so the top is where the input is coming from, yes? Yes. So iron rod output is here. Fed by the iron ingot input. Which is receiving, outputting Nothing? Question mark? Well, that's emptying. Okay. So these were originally spaced out so that I could have splitters on them. Presence is no longer required here. Yeah, these are emptying out, so this is the reason why I wanted to get this set up, is that there's a number of things that still run off of iron rods around the base. And the iron ingots that feed them are currently not actually connected to anything. I am not making iron ingots at this time. So, about that, how if... what if I go up instead? So I wanted to put the crafting on the ground floor. And this is just to get it out of the jank of the miner and into the factory along its own roughly aligned setup. I mean, this is okay, but I still know in my heart that it's not supposed to do that. Like, it looks fine down here. Like, I even like the weird patterning that the brace bars create when you overlap them that way, but it's just... whatever. Anyway. You... and... now, in theory... yeah. I don't know if it just didn't take my command to copy the first time, or what, but at least now I've got that set up. Take these back. Reclaim you and you. And then I'm going to... go up like that. And this is the factory floor, yeah? Yes, this is the factory floor, not the recessed ground floor, not the slightly elevated hub floor. The ground floor. Not necessary anymore. Alright, 8 smelters. That means each of you are servicing 4, yeah, because you got 120 coming out divided by... wait, can I do that? No. You're handling 120. If I split that 3 ways, that's 40. But the machine takes 30, so yeah, I have to multiple splits into 2. Ugh. Whatever. Give me production. Yeah, that is a good point of logic. So I'm going to put productions here, and I'm going to move... I don't think I can set hotkeys from... so like, I was thinking like I'll just paste things into the world and then move them into the hotkeys that way, but no. The game won't let me do that, I'm pretty sure. So I have to do it from in here. And then... logistics. So... replace conveyor belt and splitter and verticality with those. And then power will still need to be a thing, so make that the wall ones. And then, as always, gotta have ladders on 6. Can't go without my ladders. I'm just going to clear these right now. And then, oh yeah, the vertical MacGuffinry. You'll put that connector point on 7, I guess. And we will have... Foundations are important. But this valve thing I don't know the importance of yet. So we'll put it all the way out on 0, which is the one I can get to the least quickly. And then I suppose 9 for stacking. Nah, I think maybe the stack would probably be used more often than this, so... that should be fine. Okay, so now 4 is set up for piping, because I don't actually need piping all that often. Now I can make you... what was I making? Oh yeah, production. Production stuff should probably be over here. Miners aren't too terribly used, so I'll stick that all the way down there. And same for water extractors. We'll put you over there. Do I have space for that if I take a couple things out? Not really. Well, for the time being, smelters and foundries. The only thing I'm thinking is that I could probably take the water extractor out, but at that point I'd just be putting in a secondary liquid processor for the oil stuff, which I won't need until I get out there. And at that point I might as well just make a dedicated tool belt for the oil processing systems. But for in-factory stuff, this should be fine. Is there anything I would rather have than the water extractor? Oh, I don't have ladders on my bar anymore, so definitely going to want that when I'm working around the factory and machines. No, that's not right. Okay. What was there? That was where the catwalks were. I'll have that. And then foundries? I don't like having the foundries out that far. I'll put the catwalks over there because a lot of times, once I've got a catwalk down, I can just look at it and middle mouse click it. So, there we go. Alright, and now I've got smelters on the hotbar. First and foremost, though, we're going to need some splitters. And I can rotate that to get back to mergers. Done. I keep thinking, like, every time I pull out one of these and then I like tap through to scroll through, I think to myself, I could put it on merger, but at that point I use splitters infinitely more than I use mergers, so I would just be adding an extra key press every time I needed, whereas where I need mergers way less often, the fact that it's 3 key presses becomes irrelevant because it doesn't happen often enough to be relevant. That looks nice. Alright, so 120s coming out, getting split down to 60s. Let's mark it up. Ah, layout. There we go. Alright, and that should be enough for the... What are you colliding with? Oh. Now, I do have enough space to make this work just fine. So that's only a hitbox collision rather than a visual. I am perfectly capable of accepting that. Plus, I will eventually be moving these boxes up, condensing it into the double storage there. I no longer need such huge overflows of... Like, I don't need huge buffers of these because I no longer need to directly come and pull them out. I can just feed it into a dimensional storage, and I have already in other outposts, so those aren't as important anymore. And you take and push 30. Yep. Yeah, you won't line up like that, so... Rather than aligning it with the belt, I want it to align with the gap in the splitter. That might not be, strictly speaking, possible. At least not with the floor snaps. That will actually cause an active collision if I scoot it back any further than this, which I might need to if I don't directly line it up with a single splitter each way. I could instead... Oh, not like that. Well, no, because I was going to say I can bring it out this way instead, but I need to actually have another one of these over here as well, so that's not going to fly. Then I also need smelters on these as well. Similarly, I'm running out of space over here too, I would bet. Alright, you are still being fed, but I would be willing to bet at a variety of reasons and ways I could be doing things better for these. So each of you is sticking out 40. That's 80. 80 would be 160. 270. Yeah, I can fit this all on one belt now, so... I think a lot of this screw infrastructure is still based on when I was running things with lower tier belts. I can make it much denser now, actually. that's what I've messed up. So while it doesn't strictly need it for this one, since I'm bringing in this one, what are you doing? I was just looking at the wrong connection, I think, by accident. There we go. And we'll leave that open, because why not? Then you're the actual screw box, yeah? Yeah. And this is where output is occurring, so I don't have the space for it currently. I can now make this. Yeah, so just stick that down for a second. Please. Sort. Cut that line for a second so it stops refilling. It's like I need to. That's there for reference, and then. Okay, yeah, I do need it to turn yellow colliding with that. You're connected to stuff, yeah? Yeah, you are. Let me move you over a notch. Here seems safe. Although, will I have enough room if I do that? Hold that. Okay, good. It'll connect, so. Now I've got room. That's good. Get that out of here. And then you can come in. Oh, that's why I was doing it. Ah, but then that's going to... okay. I do need a corrector, but not like that. Like so. It's still off. Can I make that any shorter? No, that's as short as she goes. Okay. There's just going to be an offset no matter what. Oh. But there doesn't have to be. I was obsessed with having ladders when I was first setting these up, so that's what's up with them. That's fine. And then we will get a merger on you. No, not a merger. Splitter. Ah. I don't know. You're fine. Alright. And that then leads you to here. Straight? Straight. It's flat and level. I love it. Alright, anyway. You, take some of those screws, yeah? That already slow production line back up and running. says it's moving stuff, but... Okay, now you're going up. And... You're flickering because you are moving product. Good. Yeah, that should all be able to handle its production levels. It's just a little backlog currently, I guess. There's something I should keep a stack of screws in my inventory for. I don't remember what it is, but I'm going to do it. Now, physically, the belt can handle 240 output. Because it can be split in two, and that's just 135 each. It's just that I'm not actually producing at that level, so eventually the buffer will deplete. Which is good, because that's the idea. Do that. And... take that. Let's speed this up a little bit. Alright, anyway, back to work. This space is now clear-ish. And will only get clearer. But not clear enough to set up that way, so it's gonna have to go out from here. Angry about... oh, both of the boxes. That might be a little more difficult. I can make that work, so we'll just bring you back one. And I need one more. Please fit. Nope. And of course it's angry with both of those boxes. You know what? A thought occurs. Is this damn thing full yet? No. I'm going to fill this shit here. And then... this is normally something I would consider anathema, to just waste resources like this, but I just kind of want my factory cleaned up. I want to go out and go get the new things. Power line around here somewhere, right? Yeah. What are you doing anyway? Oh, you're just a cut through for that, yeah. I could put, yeah, I could make this cleaner. About where it would have to go. I have missed a step in the process. Give me that. Upgrade it. Stick it on there. Now it's a pass-through. And that makes more pass-through? Yeah, it makes more pass-through. Ooh. Oh shit! I forgot about that! Fuck! Oh god, I love that sound. That is just the stock glass clonk sound. You know what's even worse is we've got a patio on the back of the house. Patio door. Not a patio, just a patio door. It's 2 glass sliding doors. Well, I say 2, but one door slides, one doesn't. But it's like, I've actually heard the sound a bird makes when it clonks into the window. It's like, the bird was fine, it got up, it flew off, but fuck, it's that exact goddamn sound, and it's always been hilarious to me ever since. I wasn't ready for that. I can't remember a fucking thing I was doing anymore. Fuck. Smelters, cave, oil, cleaning up screws. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with the iron anymore. Reconnecting it to iron storage, I think. How am I gonna do this? Oh, that was great. God, that was great. How am I gonna run this through? I can move it over one. Nah, it's still gonna be the wall. Oh, that was great. I needed that. I guess I could just punch a hole in the glass. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. It's a little jank looking, but it's fine. Can you move it up? Wow, no, the foundations are in the way at that point, so you have to move down. Down one, down boy. Okay, when I'm ready for it, it doesn't hit quite as hard. Yeah, we'll avoid the conveyor belts. We'll go that way. Interesting. I can out 1 in to 7 out. These are connected to each other, right? Is this wall pass-through just a fantastic way to turn 1 into 14? Just like if a single input allows you to generate 7 outputs without connecting it to already connect. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. I'm glad I thought to test that this way. I was just now starting to concoct a scheme to slap a wall on the floor, grab a power output from the coal plant, which is just right overhead, and then stick a machine on the other side of it to test it. But no, it's a lot faster to just try to connect it. And the game tells you, yes, it is connected. Anyway, let's finish this little jaunt here. You over to here. And we're all linked up now for the bypass. I think we are. Get rid of you. And you were just, yeah, you were just in charge of that one cable, so. Oh, I'm always gonna love that. Alright, so this is mostly just routing. Don't you go, wow, alrighty then, where's that going? Way the fark over there? Okay, but, like, if I instead wanted you to, say, just run up over here somewhere? Keeping the line straight is going to be an issue now that I'm actually using walls inside the factory. not the power line, you dip. Oh, what? What is this? What the fuck is this? Oh, you're connected to something. That something is, but you're connected to it. What cursed thing did I do over here? Obviously, you're being powered. You're being powered. Off of that main line? Yeah. Tempted to like paint the main line that goes up and down around the hub so that it's easier to know at a glance from afar that I'm looking at the main line. Either way, so let's just tether you in. I guess everything over here is being handled just fine. You're powered, right? Yeah. Where you're powered, I don't know, but you are powered. Seriously, where's the tether point for this? It's on the roof, okay. Ah, and it's cursed. Oh, it's so cursed. Alright, main lines here. Going to... Wow, that's fucked. Yeah, like, functionally, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, if I do need to make corrections, like, say, now, like, I don't have to, but I want to, targeting that is kind of a pain in the ass. Hence why I am now trying to correct this mistake with some proper wall pass-throughs. The wall, yep, okay. I'm going to need you to chill. One and only job. Yep, yep. Oh, shit. It's like I almost laughed myself hoarse there right at the start. Pardon me. Anyway, where are you going? You are going to... all the way through? It's in there. Okay. But I can make that work better. You have to be powered from this bad boy. And you're now connected to that. So I now just need to harvest... Oh, you're not connected to anything. Okay. Let's string you up there just in case. Make sure that you're on. I think you're being powered by something somewhere else, too. Much better. unfortunately, a double pass-through like this does not work vertically. Which is just a crying shame, honestly, but what are you gonna do? So surely it wouldn't be different for... Yeah, catwalks don't matter. Like, you don't care for catwalks. Anyway, what else was I kind of like? What else was I doing around these? Are you still highlighting? Just a bug? Yeah, it's just a bug. A visual artifact, that's all. Okay, shit's still powered, right? Like, did I miss a line anywhere? You're powered. Oh, right, I went upstairs and then noticed problems. But I was fixing up, like, something was being powered by this. I wonder if that was just, I forgot to clean it up after I connected this upstairs. I mean, it's fun. Like, there isn't a sound way to do it better since I've got a wall in that wall joint. Anyway, you're hooked up, being fed, take all this. I'm gonna make this shit happen yesterday. So, please. You're now empty. I also still need to get you out of the way. Which I can now do. Alright, now there is just the one screw buff box. I don't need this one, but I do want this one. You know, making second and third floor out of catwalks instead of foundations wouldn't be terrible. It'd be a lot easier to poke holes through to peek at things. I don't have, say, a vertical glass floor, do I? No, I don't. I wonder if I get that later or not. At the very least, it's not in the shop, or I would have bought that shit so fast. But walking on glass would be hilarious. On second thought, I might kill myself laughing if I was making that sound every time I took 2 steps. I'll think about that later. Anyway. Now I've got room for smelters. Yeah, I knew it. There is not, in fact, any collision with the wall over there that I need to worry about. Tuck you in a little closer. Smelters, fortunately, are quite thin. So aside from situations like this, they do normally work quite nicely. Too close. You know, what just occurred? So you and you are going to be serviced, and then I could just make you service. Nope, that's backwards. it like so. You just run them in parallel instead. I like this plan. Ah, fuck. Please don't block me. It's visually fun. Hitbox isn't happy, but visually it's fine. And visuals are the important part. So, in you go, in you go, in you go. I've turned straight off of that one, I guess. Yeah, we'll turn straight off of that one too, I guess. Okay. Now then, do it again. In you go, in you go, in you go, in you go. You go in there, you go in there, these two don't connect, you go in here, and then you go in here, and I finally link it all up. Oh, and then power would probably be a good idea. So, if I wanted to, say, do all catwalks, so catwalks would present a problem that wall outlets don't want to tether to them. Oh, never mind. Nope, nope. I stand corrected. So this is why. This is why I wouldn't use catwalks. Because they would be a little bit thinner. But they wouldn't let me quickly and easily tether these to them. I want it to be about ish. Doesn't really line up with these nicely, so I guess here's gonna have to do. Servicing. You're not necessary to that because I'm drawing off the main line. It's like, select just the right cable, please. No, 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 no. Yes? Oh, yes. Get rid of that one. Now, what else are we going to do? Get over here. I suspect that this boy is already... Yeah, you're tethered up to the main line through that, so you're providing the pass-through, it's going through to the glass pass-through, which is going through there. Which is going to you, which is going to that currently. But more importantly, it's also going up, I bet? No, not going up. Where is boy going? Going that away. Alright, so you're powering that thing. Gotcha. Which, honestly, I could be running through the upstairs power. Close to you, yeah. Currently, you boys can still be powered by that. Or, excuse you. Okay, I got the cable, that was the problem. That's not going to be automatically tethered. I kind of want that to... Why am I looking at the machines through the walls? This jank is shite. It must be because this is the first time I've really solidly worked with a pass-through wall chuck. This must be something that is unique to them, because the single wall and ceiling joints automatically go. But yeah, okay, I get it. It automatically tries to place another wire receiver of the kind you just connected to again. But since these don't validly go to floors and the ground, it automatically tries to make a power pole. But since I'm looking straight up, it wants to put the power pole upstairs, I guess. Because that's the only valid option with what it thinks can be done with this. Because it's trying to put a wall output pass through where I'm looking. And since it can't do that, it's defaulting to power pole when I look down and up. But it does try to place another one on the wall when I'm doing that. So this is just a jank that's unique to... there. It technically works, but if I was at any other angle or location, it might cut through the wall a little bit. Yeah, I was ready for it. It's gonna break me though if I keep bumping into this wall while I'm trying to look through the glass and can't see because of the reflection. Yeah, I could put a pass through here. Like, it's not necessary, but there's no saying that it won't become useful later. Fell. Got the cable again. I think I got the cable again. Got the wall outlet. Okay, there we go. Are you at the correct height? Yes. So we'll zigzag you to there, and then you to there. You will also now provide power to here, because it looks clean. And then you are now capable of providing power to the mining outpost through this socket instead of this one. And your only job is, yes, to make that line possible. So I will cut you out and then wire you up. Literally. And then now, where else were you going? Here. Okay, so now you are providing power to that, and I could cut you out because you're no longer necessary for that, and I could do that directly through here. That takes care of those and gets them emptied out. Even when I'm done with you, I can just leave you there, and then you will be useful in other instances. Similar for this, because I don't want to go through the wall weirdly. Although honestly, can I make that? No, it wants to tether in a different way. Oh, that's weird. You can rotate this? Oh, I get it. It's diagonal. It's 4590. Okay. That's not... Huh. Well, okay. If it wasn't for the icon on it, I would dig that. But then the icon on it would be janked at 45-degree angles. And since I know it exists, it would bug me. But yeah, in order to do this, I would have to put at least one wall like this. And then I would have to be lazy. And now it would take it like this. And then I could just run the wire through here. And barring situations like this, where I've got conveyor belt holes in it, I could punch it through a vertical wall like this. Yeah, I could do that. Technically would work. Like in instances where I don't have to worry about it visually being exposed by a conveyor belt hole in the wall, I could technically run a wire through it that way. I mean, at that point, there wouldn't be a need for the pass-through. Just a single side wall one could technically do the same job, because I could just run the cable through it like so, and then it would punch through the length of the wall with even less visual, like, because like with this poking out the other side of it. So let me take and set up an example with glass. Ah, zoop. Come on. Click twice. So I could technically do this. But only if I set it up properly. I would like to be able to walk there. And like so. And if it was a regular wall, I wouldn't be able to see this cable, I'm pretty sure, because... yeah, a regular wall would be thick enough. So I don't actually have very many regular walls knocking about anymore these days. I am working almost exclusively... that's the hub, isn't it? Yeah, that's not a wall. Scroll up, grab wall, place. Yeah, that nicely hides that cable. So I wouldn't even need to put a double slider. And if anything, the double slider would actually probably look a little more jank. Maybe not. Obviously, it would need to come down one, because foundations exist. They take up 90% of my life. And I can technically still grab that. Drop it there. Yeah, and then these two wall outlets look unused. So that in and of itself could be a problem later. I could falsely assume that I'm not actually receiving power to it because the cable is hidden in the wall. So that could create, like, my own personal problems later down the line in a bad instance where I don't, like, recall that I'm punching wall power outlets through like that. So that would be a good example of a reason why I should have the pass-through for a punch-through on a horizontal, on a perpendicular. I finally found the word I've been trying to think of for the last 30 minutes. The perpendicular wall punch-through would probably benefit from having this here, so that I know that I've run a cable through the wall, like so. But I just don't want the cable to be visible, because that slightly droopy cable can sometimes be a little less than pleasant to look at. But up here, where I've got the conveyor belt hole, no matter what, that droop is going to show. So I'm fine with sideways, like, jaunt through the glass. Anyway, how about the rest of these get set up now, yeah? Have I jabbered long enough? What are you being connected to, by, or through, and for? I have placed you here for the smelters. Yes, you are more or less centered on the smelters, so that cable that is going by you can now be decommissioned. And you can take over its job. Assuming I could grab your compatriot that you're trying to replace. Overlapping cables can be difficult to work around. Okay, first, I'm just going to take that one down, then I'm going to take that one down, and then I'm going to replace it again. What did I just do? What did I just do? That's what I did. I knew it. There. Okay, now about that copy setup. So I'm wondering if copy paste would also paste these and the percentage that I've set on them. That would make it mostly useful, but for simple things like smelters that can only ever do like ingot processing, the copy paste on them seemed a little redundant, but once you are doing complicated things with these, I suppose it becomes more valid. Okay, yep, everything's powered. They turn on once I tell them the recipe that they need to be working on. you exist more or less just to service these. I'm not passing you through for anything. Speaking of... Yeah, you're temporary. You're just here to clean these out. Yep. As a matter of fact, one of them is brute forcing things. I've got 2 output ports. Why not use them? Double time, bitch. Go, go, go. Get rid of that. You in there. Grab me a fresh one. What is that? Do those walls sockets use screws? No, they don't. No, don't either. Anyway. I think that's all good and well, but I'll try and keep in mind start using those pass-through joints instead of just running cable to hang through the wall. It's like when I was tired and setting it up the first time, it was fine. It was a serviceable solution while I was focusing on other things. But now I am starting to care a little bit about things looking clean. Alright, now I just gotta get this. Let's see, we're doing 120 on each side? Yeah, so even if I put them both together, that would be 240. You would still be well within a Mark III belt's capacity. So once I get you all together, slap you all together on the same belts, then I just gotta figure out how to get those belts where they need to go. I need to be up. Gotta go up. Okay, so things are working. It's just, for whatever reason, iron rod consumption is non-existent. I'm guessing because I'm slowly ousting screw consumption. Let me do something about that. Obviously, rotors are backed up anyway. Spark plug isn't going to be started back up again anytime soon. Although, okay, I'm going to assume that those two elevator project machine parts are probably 3-step or 4-step crafters. And I don't have the crafting machine that handles that yet, which is also why I can only make oscillators myself. Because there's that one research project that wants, what was it, 100 of them? And they craft really slowly by hand, so I'd rather procrastinate that until I have the machine that can do it for me. Alright, so these are all set up. Where was iron again? I was busy looking at other things, tracing outputs and making sure I hadn't broken things with all of the power rerouting I've been doing. Iron is right here. Yes, okay. And then I wanted to look into replacing you with a double in and out industrial container instead. I think that worked right here easy enough, yeah. Let's do this a little smartly. Let's put you here-ish. Uh... Oh, I suppose you boys are all running off that. Oh, I get it. You guys are running the high tier recipe with copper raw. Except that that copper raw is also being split off of a belt. It only has a finite amount to give. I think you guys are actually... yeah, you don't use much of that copper, but I think it's only pulling 30, which means it can only service 30 foundries. Yeah, it can only service 3 foundries, not 3. You're spitting out 225, which means you need basically the entire tier 3 belt to yourself. So this belt, for all intents and purposes, needs to feed into its own input in storage. It cannot afford to be merged onto another one, because there just won't be capacity for it. However, this merger is now redundant. So, this is actually going to stay. This vertical right here will be more or less a permanent addition. But the container itself can go bye-bye. Up to a point. I've only got so much storage space after all. That for now. Go dump this in smart. The sinks. Carry raw ingots on my person. Alright, now then. I would like it if... Get rid of this sweeping long ass belt. Oh, hello, overflow. I'm going to assume that came out of the box just now. I'd like it if I can make you not... Yeah, so I can run the belts through the ceilings. You would align with... Oh, wow, I can't even sprint. Oh, okay, I was just stuck on the end. This line here, is where I'm going to be running. I already accidentally give you predetermined... Yeah, it's not going to fly. It's based on the one that I put in first, so I need you to be going this way to that way. There we go. It'll work fine. I just need to make sure that I pay attention to where I start and where I end. And then, hold the floor, please. Inputs here, outputs down there. Is that industrial? Yes, it is. Good. Give me that. Good. Okay, since this is an industrial, I can actually just quickly. That's a problem. I can drop that down one floor, yeah. For no reason I can. I don't suppose I put a decorative floor connector in here. Oh! Oh, even better. That means that I don't have to do anything fancy with this. I can just bring it down one level. But to do that, I'm going to get myself a targeting point. Stop snapping. correctly get the visuals on this one for dropping it down one bell level. Two? Is 2 the magic number? She's looking mighty straight. I think I did it. Alright. Guess I'll leave this here. I'm concerned that it'll be a snap point that'll be a problem at some point. But, for the time being, it can do that. And if I run you here like so, I could technically make it do that. And then I could just put a splitter that I don't do any actual splitting on to make it visually sync up, because otherwise if I do this, then it collides with the bell. It's just, I'm pretty sure that splitter is also going to cause an offset. If I use the side though, no, that should work, I think. Oh, I need to go up a floor, that's why. I'm like, I swear I just ran the belt through, but no, it's because I got to go up a floor. Okay, so I have even better options for this. Hold that. Oh, I could have sworn that I had the floor hole, but whatever. I don't use it often enough to really be concerned about it. Get that out of here. And now I can... Yeah, that's perfect. Like, technically it's still colliding, but as long as it's sideways like this, I'm going to ignore it, because it's functional enough. And I might even have that lined up very cleanly for this. Oh no, it's off by 1. That's a shame. The belt is too long anyway. Set that off the correct amount. No, it would collide in the middle no matter what. So even if I moved it over 1, it wouldn't be happy. I would need to move the whole ass box over a step. And since this isn't going to be long enough anyway, reaches just about far enough. If I bring it... Walk off the ladder, just take the damn ladder out of the way. Trying to work here. That's fine. So, this is the line I'm replacing, yes? This is the line I'm replacing. Yep. got plenty of space. I'm not about to start dropping stuff on the floor yet. Iron flow. Ease. Alright, and the nice part about that is now that line that I was talking about, I need it to be dedicated to a single input slot because it's running at what? 225 out of the 270 capacity that the Mark III belt has, so there's no room to split there's no room to merge anymore onto that. So now I can use the secondary input slot to receive wherever the heck I put is going to come from these belts on the bottom floor. So about that, how am I gonna run this? Obviously that's not gonna work. I mean, technically I could just do that. It wouldn't look horrible to have a vertical running through a vertical, minus the fact that it wouldn't have like any opening slots that it would visually adjust with. So instead, I'm going to have to find... It's like, I can do more or less whatever I want down here with these lines, since I can merge them all into one. And I just gotta figure out where I want that one going. And I think that's mostly gonna depend on what's going on here on the second floor. Yep. Anyway, so, the screw box over here is kind of the way of that. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to center it over on this one instead. Bring them over and I'll merge them on this side. There is a pretty good amount of space here that I can punch it through. Not a whole lot of collision over here either, so I can make this work. I just have to get it in the box. Now I think I'm cooking. More or less along this line here. What I'm looking for. Take that out of it, though. Not quite. That enough space? I think that's too close. Nope, that's perfect. Okay. this is the beauty of the floor holder. Once again, I'm going to rely on this. Which is not technically right, but it will service. It will do me service. Alright, and then here is my input valve. So, let's get to merging. Why that demanded default, but whatever. Alright, and we're going straight. Yep, this is the line. So we're going to take merger here-ish. Hopefully, once I get there and bend it back around, we'll reach. Alright, well, whatever you need, game. You do you. That's not right. Okay, I think I'm just gonna, for the sake of my own sanity, fuck! Ah! Stupid belt pull. Hold, and then click, click. Alright, there. You, merger, here, facing not that way, this way. Or am I doing that wrong? Normally I would have it right here, and then I would bring these three in and merge it. But I kind of want that far side pole to slap in over here. So I guess I could just, maybe I had it right to begin with, and I'm dumb. As long as I'm using defaulting. Alright, then all I need is this, and I bring it up there. I bring you over there. Yep, I'm gonna have to belt's going to be the issue no matter where I put it. So, 1, 2. 1, 2. I hope. Perfect. Alright, 8 more smelters doing nothing but raw iron ingots rolling in. How do you like me now? It's 240. Let's trace it all the way up. And then record that. Because that is important information to have immediately on hand. I thought I remembered that there was an option for that. What's that about, I wonder? Anyway. All right. You are... Uh, 75, 3, 225. Yeah. There we go. It's a little daft, if I'm honest, but I don't feel like breaking that all the way down and sticking it into that. Oh, I should actually... There we go. There we go. Alright, so between them, I've got 345, which is, you know, a fun number, to be sure. Right now, this is the only thing drawing off of it, and it's just doing it for iron rod production. But that massively increased input means that I could be running even more iron rod production. And since I've got 2 output slots that I could be doing it out of, because I could just take this off, and then all input is condensed into this one, and then this is just extra receiving. With the ability, I suppose, to divide. Can you divide by using industrial containers? Provide it with a single input and 2 output slots, and can effectively divide it in half, whatever your input is, without consideration for your usual ability to divide with splitters. I assume that if you've got 2 output slots running on a industrial chest, it's automatically dividing by 2. I just don't know how that would work in comparison with a splitter, which is actively splitting in 2, whereas that one on the industrial container might only passively be splitting in 2, because at the end of the day, your conveyor belt that you're pulling from determines what's getting taken out. But in theory, that could allow you to pull, like, say, my current capacity, like, let's round it down to the Mark II belt, because thinking in 270s is going to break my head for head math. If I've got one input of 120 and a second input of, I don't know, 270. So let's say I'm pumping those in. If I divide it against 2 output belts, that would each pull the full 120. Assuming I was still trapped at the 120 tier of Mark II belts, it would effectively allow me to create 2 full belts of 120, when I would normally only be able to create 2 belts with a splitter and maximize the capacity at 60 tops. Is there a capacity? Like, obviously you wouldn't be able to feed it enough without using both of the input slots as well. At which point, why weren't you just connecting the belts and skipping using the container? But in a weird niche case, I suppose you can create a scenario in which you can fulfill a belt and then fulfill a second belt without the use of a splitter, reducing the throughput by using an industrial container once you have access to them, which again is at steel level, and at that point you might as well be using a higher tier belt to handle the job anyway. It's making me think of in Factorio, where you can take a belt, and Factorio has 2 sides to every belt, so if you wanted to use the maximum capacity of a belt, in order to do that, you have to do this slightly odd extra step where you put a Factorio splitter on a Factorio belt, which then creates a parallel belt, basically, is what it would normally do. But instead, you just have that splitter immediately sharply turn back into the original belt that you're passing through the splitter. And in this way, you can, I think it's called load balancing. You can basically take all of the input on one end and fill both sides of the belt, which I think is relevant for certain grabbers in Factorio that offload from the belt. One of them will use a specific side of the belt, and the other one will use a second side of the belt. So if you needed both of those to be going to both of those pulling the same resource instead of 2 different resources, that would be useful. I know load balancers are important in Factorio, but it's been so long since I played it that I don't remember the exact reason why. And like this thing I was just thinking of here that it seems like you could do with an industrial storage container is you can basically use it as a more high-powered, no-cap splitter that only cares about the output belt's capacity instead of whatever the... Because, like, a normal splitter... Okay, I think I've thought of a better way to talk about this. A normal splitter divides based on the input. A industrial container splitter, by sacrificing the ability to split into 3, only cares about the output belt's power for its splitting. So if you need, in a niche case, to have a division by 2 that is way more powerful and maximizes the capacity of your output belts instead of being throttled by your input belt, this can get you a fatter split output. And, in exchange for the fact that you can only divide by 2. But I've been doing so much divide by 2s anyway, just to keep things simple, that I'm going to try and remember this as a mechanic. That I could theoretically use a industrial container as a high capacity split. And it might work just because it's also got 2 inputs. Yeah, there's these weird numbers that come up eventually once you get into the higher tier materials. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to find any currently. 2.5 per minute is kind of what I'm talking about, but not exactly. Ah, it's the crystals. Crystals just recently that I've been working with example this kind of nicely. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, these weird ass goddamn things. With their 37.5 off of 22.5. If you wanted to like maximize your belt pull so that you can divide it to whatever specifications those piddly ass goddamn things need. That might simplify it by a step or two. Because whatever your input value is into the chest, you could simplify its output into a full split of 270 and 270. Let me get my calculator. I think 270 is actually a good number to play around with 22.5 and 37.5. Yeah, it divides by 12, and then for 37.5, not so much, 7.2, so that's off by an exchange. 37.5 times 2, 75. Okay, so that's why that number is a pain in the ass. 4 is 150. So no matter what, either silica or crystals, whichever one it is, they are a nuisance. Can I pick that thing back up that I just slapped down? I feel like I put it down in the shade. I picked it back up, right? I don't just have a random constructor sitting around now. Not connected to anything. I think so. Okay. Well, yeah, it's probably fine. We're good. Anyway, so that is the thing I left myself the last time I stopped. I got those iron ingot productions re-hooked up and running now. So that chest isn't going to just magically empty now. It might take it a hot second to rebuff her to max capacity, or not, because I did end up picking up and stuffing it with the old containers, and I deleted some of those containers and I'm dumping them into the shop sink. So that's going to fill I've run out of fuel. And good. So this does create a minor issue in that that is the only output. And all input is now being funneled into this box. So yeah, I'll claim that. And now all output ends up here eventually. That's better. I need to start remembering to do that. It was irrelevant on standard storage containers, but now that I've got double inputs and outputs, I should start specifying it like that, so it's easier to see at a glance, at distance. And I'll have to remember that, when it comes to spacing things out away from the containers, these would be handy. Hold, nudge, place. Decorative, but it could be handy later on. So, let me go and take a quick gander at you and what you're doing for me. You're pumping in 120. That's more or less your limit. Yeah, you're an impure node running on a Mark II. You got 120, and you're splitting into 2, which is then being split again. So only 30 of it is being pulled to run that iron upgraded recipe with the foundry. I love that little 2-hour tip. It cycles through a bunch of them. But I particularly like the one that, well, resting is not an activity of courage. It is required. Anyway, so that means besides this one, okay, so I don't need to worry about a smelter that isn't running, it's just count the smokers. So 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 at 30. So 210 is going into box. Let's label that. If I use the slightly wider label, what does that turn into? And again. Sure. I feel it's weird that you would have it default to buildings. I really feel like parts should be the default, especially since it's selecting iron ingots out of parts anyway. Have the top one be parts. Alphabetical. No, P does not come before E. Anyway, what was it? 210? No, yeah, 210. And then that leaves room for that. So iron is shorter than copper. In a shorter 2-meter one, I think it would end up trying to wrap. Why do I have an alarm? Oh, it's for the website that I read off of. You get a fixed number of freebie chapter unlocks just by logging in every day. So I've set the alarm to do that and remind me. Now, something I wanted to check on. Yeah, 24 on the dot. So that's something I'm not happy with. Like, they just recently changed how the free chapter system works. But their old system had a 23-hour clock. So if you were really anal about being efficient, I'll raise my hand here, you could absolutely slowly move the time you needed to turn it in forward by 1 hour by setting the alarm that I just used, to move it into a healthier time. So, like, say, the fact that this happens at 6 p.m. every damn day. That happens in the middle of me being at work most days. So that's kind of unideal. It's like, I'm not really working in conditions where anybody's going to give a shit if I pull my phone out and say, yes, give me my free shit, and then put it away again. But, you know, you could be living in a nightmare corporate environment where that matters, so... Why am I taking considerations for something that I'm not actively doing? I don't know. I just do things like that. My entire life is wrapped around the idea that if I don't build the habit now, it could become a problem later. Because I don't adjust to shifts on the fly very quickly. It takes time to build habit, and it takes infinity to ever break habit. Let's see. Okay, so I did do some labeling of this system, so this might not be as much of a headache. The main factory is that way, so I want the portrait to be not like that. What does the billboard look like? Okay, so if I want to sacrifice the ladder... Jesus Christ, it's so big. And it just straight up says, nah. It's like, this is too big. You're not going to snap into this. Are you dumb? But this small billboard would snap. If I did that, does it stop use of the elevator? It does, yes, 100%. I can't use the ladder to change elevations anymore if I put that on there. So this is going to have to do. So there's the input slot where it's happening, and then this, which tells me what it's doing from a direction that I would see at a glance when I'm coming from the main factory. And I can skip the name because I've got the icon colored for it. And the yellow background is just so that it's easy to see for instance. Speaking of, I made that say a little gray instead. Cool. I'm glad they've got the primary colors saved as a default that you can return to at any time like that. Otherwise, I'd drive myself insane with it. Anyway, that means I've got 120? No, why did I say 120? Because it's the same numbers, and I just randomly reshuffled them because I felt like being a little dyslexic today. 210. Thank you. Alright, 210 input. Pass-throughs, outputs. Going to run out. I'm going to run out. I did twice, but I briefly caught my foot on it and knocked myself off enough to refuel it briefly for a quarter of a second. Cannot be bothered with capitals anymore. This is a system that I very much expect to have replaced at some point. Because Jesus Christ, that's a lot of buffer for what? It's like, yeah, I do move a lot of copper, but not enough to need that goddamn much buffer. I don't know what I was doing back then. Anyway. Back to the floor. Bring it in. A number of these running, 8 to be specific. So let's grab the first 4 over here and centralize their connections. And then you are connected to that. So let's centralize you to the ceiling there. So 4 machines, 5 lines means you're just holding a connector and then handling the machines with it. Which means that I don't need you to change the alignment if I just bring you in directly like this, right? You're servicing 4 of those machines. Once I take it off of that, you won't be relevant anymore. Wrong cable. There we go. Those 4 are now being serviced just like so. You 4 can now be serviced. Let's go collide with the tower. That's still lined up. Yes. Huzzah for snaps. Anyway, center point is about meh. I want to offset it? Nah. Let's line it up with the rest of the line. Holes are such a mess over here. Alright, then just take these off as well. Then, you know, one of these days I might actually get out there and set up oil instead of just cleaning up power lines. Today might not be that day, but we'll see. There's still plenty of time left. You're now a redundant line. Yes, you're the redundant line. Pull out of here. Is that the correct place? No. The centralized line is over here. So we're going to put that there. For you, so I don't accidentally use you. Have you pass through to here. And now your job is servicing some of these, which I can simplify a bit. Can't see where I'm landing. By bringing this over, like so. Let's clean it up a bit more. Bring that over like so. So there's 7 of them here, but I'm just going to divide it like it's 8. 2, 4. Here's my connector point. You're going to go here, I guess. Not 8? Why is it not 8? Oh, because it's... Yeah, yeah, I know why. I'm dumb. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So, 3 of them. That's it. Just gotta put 3 of them in here. So you should have 4. Oh, you have 5. Why do you have 5? Oh, because you have a redundant line? Why do you have a redundant line? Weird things in the neighborhood. You go over here. I suspect that this might be relevant to this power pole having power. This miner is no longer powered. We'll do something about that in a hot second. So, your gimmicky git is that, much like all miners, you're janked. So we're going to reserve the usual 3x3 space for you to live in. I'm going to make a zooey zippet out of you, is what I've been doing. But you need it to line up with the factory floor, which is why you always live with your 3x3 on a, what? Oh, that's a multiplayer ping, okay. Just mark them like that, and then grab the floor, the actual floor of the factory, bring it in. Get rid of these. I put a decorative on there? Yeah, I had it already, so we're gonna ignore that. So because you lined up so cleanly, you actually mostly live the same orientation compared to the rest of the world. The rest of the world doesn't feel like playing by your rules. Because I am dumb and did not snap to the world floor. I made my own angles. But whatever. Anyway, time to get that zoo set up. Might not be able to fit the walls on that. So we'll put you here. I mean the third one, not the fourth one, third one. There we go. Whoever thought that up, that little orange X of like multiple of however many you're about to place, that's nice. That's a great quality of life feature. Good on. And then this is the top floor. So from here, the issue now becomes, if I want to play by the rules that I have set, I want to connect that power. We will do it by doing something like wait, what? Where's the glass? Huh. Must have gently moved it when I was about to place and reduced it to 2. Let me out! Okay. Now it's kind of like everything else, I just haven't actually used the containment feature of the aesthetic to put the belt up, out, and then in through whatever nonsense. Let's see. So, power line levels are here, which means I want the wall pass. That's not the right tool belt. There we go. Here. Oh, I like that idea. So that would be a fairly redundant line if I wasn't doing that and then this. And I can get rid of this. And this is now doing nothing, so I can get rid of it. don't know where you're going. Where are you going? Am I supposed to be powering something with you? No, you were just a connection to the outgoing line. I wanted to make... This was originally one I built for transport, but then I wanted to make sure it was also conducting power, so I plugged it in with this series of poles. So as long as it's plugged into the main line from somewhere, like these, that will be sufficient. So then you split to service those 4 machines, and then you are here to service 3 lines, which is right. That's correct. You only need to service 3 of the machines. This one, and this one. So I'd much rather have you doing that. Or... I like that plan better. It's there. I might as well make use of it. There. Now you're just a routing line, and I will be able to pull more things onto and off of you later. Alright. Make sure I've got all the poles out of the way. A tragedy if I went to all this trouble to set up ceiling ends, and then I left the poles on the floor. You're kind of overloaded, so... bring you over here. Okay. Now every one of these has plenty of room for more additional poles to be done. But, for the sake of logic, I do want you to be doing that. Okay. Now, you don't have as much room, but your whole purpose is just servicing these machines. There is a short wall. Let me... Can I make that come down? Maybe not. Oh, I can. Is it just... It's making 2 of it, so let me make 1 that I want, and then delete the other one. Good. That wish I could have just done that on its own, but that's a nice little visual marker that, hey, don't connect this way. This thing is its own. Now, you all have power and such, you just, yeah, you're buffered. Things are not being consumed currently, so you're not pushing anything around. Which is weird. I would think that you guys would be consuming something. I'll worry about it later. Anyway. You guys stop being highlighted? Thank you. You have no purpose, sir. Goodbye. you have possibly a purpose. You do have a purpose. Let's get that line up. Just servicing things like these. Get some sealing in this joint. I'd like it to be up here-ish, I think. Yep, that's right. And then we'll wire you up. What? There's something free here. Don't usually move in batches of 4. Anyway, getting plugged in. What are you doing? Ah, that's why. So 3 of them at 120 runs all that nonsense. Okay. And then you're redundant. Yep. Get you out of here. That makes you redundant. Yep. Get you out of here. I actually didn't need you. Figure. Nice. Okay. And then, still got you on service duties. Let's just start cutting the lines. One more. Did I center that straight? I could have put that over here, but it's fine. There. And then you are servicing pass-through, so that's by your closer capacity. I could instead have him being run off that one, but you're already more or less full up anyway. You're also doing a pass-through and 4 machines. You're not doing anything anymore. And you're not doing anything anymore. And you're only servicing those things. And this. And you are passing power through from the main line. I would appreciate it if you would not do that. And the main line could instead be running off of that. Which would then be lined up with you. Take that out of here, because that gets rid of a long diagonal cable that be a little confusing to trace. I very much want the central lines just to be the thing that provides connection, not the thing that provides power, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't want to directly power anything off of them, and I want to try and keep diagonal cables out as much as I can. Because running in a straight line to trace a cable is much easier than bumping into a machine, having to work your way around it, and then trying to remember which of the hillbilly cables is the one that you were originally trying to follow. Whereas even if you get blocked by a machine, if it's a straight line, you can just count the foundations and you'll be back on the right one again. Okay. This is all wired up and powered and working, no ring red lights. All yellows, all goods. Right. Now then, any other power poles sitting around that aren't on the roof? You're getting power from the main up top, so I don't need to do anything with you. It's a conveyor pole, not a power pole. Think of it. Stop, don't search. Trying to search. Now wouldn't be a bad time to cut that. And then, first of all, since there's way too many for a single one, I'm just going to make a temporary one. Run you both in there. You out. Going backwards. Duly noted. the absolute minimum distance that vertical bear can cover will still stash up to 4 of an item inside of it. Alright, we're out of inventory space, but that was enough to delete this. Another one on the receiving end. Plug it back into place. Oh, off that one. Better. I didn't set up output yet for this. I can't. Not bother with connecting that yet. That doesn't actually go anywhere. I can straight belt that back in. No, we're gonna raise it because the clock get this back in before the. I shouldn't have connected that already. That was dumb. I shouldn't have done that. Alright, and that gets the machines to stop running. That back up. Place these in my inventory now, thanks to that coming out of the dimensional storage for a hot second. So, what I could do instead of running back to that is I have I did not see that ladder until I was already climbing it. Okay. Anyway, do I have a spare mercer anywhere? Probably not. I have been desperately using them everywhere. And then I sank a bunch into personal inventory upgrade and the speed upgrade. Yeah, don't have any on me. And I also have no room now. Okay, let's go find that awesome sink that I was pumping things into. Yep, okay, you take my iron ingots, all of them, thank you. And then... No, that should be good. Also the ores. Take my iron ore and my copper ore, thank you. Alright, now I've got space. Alright, if I do this... One... How is this working again? Oh, it's the one that's in my hand. Gotcha. Okay. Yep. So, whatever's the farthest left will get swapped. So what I want to press is 4. There we go. That's a logic. It's functional enough, I guess. Around the edges of my factory, is there any within pickup range? Oh, starting to pick one up. I was wondering, apparently they do respawn under certain conditions and times. Like that. Industrial? Okay, that's why there's nothing over here. It's because I'm using the top sides. So I'm thinking it's not a bad idea to periodically check every now and then for Mercer spheres. Yeah, close to home. So I can tell if it's one that's respawned based on whether or not it's got its stone altar around it. Take that off my inventory or it's going to drive me nuts. Give me that.
Are you a temple?
If I had a body, it would be a temple.
You have no body?
I don't think we're on the same line here.
You see lines where there are curves, shallows where there are depths. Consume our blood.
I will continue gathering data, I suppose.
I find it interesting that the alien system keyed off of apparently knows what a body is, and was immediately flabbergasted at the lack of one. I wonder if, like, what Ada assumed was that body was also symbolic in some way or form is correct, or if the system used body in a very literal sense in that particular instance or not. Difficult to tell. Kind of why we're leaving it up to Ada, I guess. These are the inputs. These are the inputs. Do I have woods? Do I have leaves? No. Okay, good. Kind of wish... Yeah, if there's a way to filter a box, I don't know it. It might be something you can do later on with a higher tier upgrade, because I don't know why you would have an AI limiter thing that you can research and craft so early, and the only thing it goes to is a smart splitter. I guess that means that they've outsourced it from the boxes themselves to the things that move things in and out of the boxes. So you could make a multi-purpose box and then service it with a splitter that pulls everything out of the box and then just automatically sends it to wherever you want, up to 3 different lanes. So you could just have a dump box for, say, you are walking about in the world, you come home, you just dump everything with the give all into a box, and then you've got a smart splitter coming out of that box, possibly in 2 sections if you've got an industrial box, so you can have up to 6 outputs on a single box, going to 6 different locations to filter and sort all the things you dump out of your inventory. Let's see, this is the hub line, and I set the power lines out to here. Yeah, okay, so let me start taking out flooring and putting it in so that it's in line with the center hub. Set up some catwalks here instead. But not like that, because that will interfere with the ladder, which I am trying to keep in semi-service. Can't service it on either side like this, so I'll do that. These again. That's fine. That is not. So, the other side again. 2. Yep, that'll do. And then you, and you. Bye. And then we'll run you across with a railingless version. Because the launcher is here. Leave that where it is. Now then, what I need to come up with is a visual system to keep me from building things in, on, and around the center space that is supposed to be occupied by that. Now, up the hole, leave room for the ladder. Nope, not that one. That one was fine. Go back. Nope. So, I am running the power line up through that. Yes, we are correct. We are accurate. Get rid of these. Oh, that's a good plan. I could just run across them. Duh. stop holding control once I get to where I'm going. Goes out of there. This is fine. Like this. But we will shift the logic a little bit. This. I think I'm liking this plan. I'll put the ladders on these sides of the catwalks. Yeah? And then we'll run it all the way up and around like that. You out here. Not supposed to be here. In which case... I mean, the railing might not be the best idea in the world, because I would probably run into it while trying to skip over the hole any number of times. But I'll leave that for future me to decide if it's an obstruction or not. For now, we'll go with a little bit of visual aesthetic. Just a smidgen. Is this the tether point? No. Is this the tether point? This is. I am suffering from severe optical illusions right about now. Alright, that is building. It's just the usual long build delay. So, yes, these are the central power lines, which means that you come up. You replace with that. You two come up. With that. You come up and get replaced with this. Did I go to a double up? I did. So the only issue with that is that this now isn't connected to anything. What do I got in foundation segments? A corner could do it, but it's a ramp. Okay, there we go. It will take that. Just gotta find the right gimmick for it. It's not the right direction, though. So, I need a down corner ramp, 1 meter? Down corner ramp, 1 meter. Yeah, I think this is what I'm looking for. Maybe. No. Ugh. What I wouldn't give to just flip the damn thing. Is there another option in the shop? What am I missing out? Ooh, that's a valid contender. If I use a beam, does it become valid tethering? This might work. It would look dumb, though, no matter which way I arrange it. Skip that for now. Foundations. Okay, now I'm in... Okay, a half foundation set might just perfectly solve my issue. Inverted ramp set is exactly what I'm looking for, but it's not in triangle. Inverted corner is what I'm looking for. Double ramp. I don't need that. Visually, it would look great when I'm making outpost roads for trains later down the line, instead of what I'm currently doing. I'll worry about that later, though. So I think I'll buy both of these. I'm gonna go grab those and get 9s. My tickets, please. There it is. Oh, good. It even opened to the correct menu. Add to cart. Back up. Add to cart. Cart. Buy. Left over. Oh, I just grabbed all. That's fine. There we go. And then you take that. Oh, you're out. I will put that in the spot where it goes. My inventory. Nope, that already got refilled, so that's not going to fit. What can I shove in here? Rotors? I have 2 rotors. Why am I down 1? Where did that end up? Oh, it's just in my inventory. Okay. Why am I down too much? I don't care. You can just go in here for the time being. Most of these are just me cleaning out my inventory before. Not important to have filled. Speaking of, alien protein stacks to 100. I can fit some of that in here, and then I've got room to break it down and put it back in my inventory later. I don't actually need that actively yet. Okay. That'll do. Let ought do. I don't have any fabric in here, do I? And then silica is actually being supplied to me via this, yeah. So I'm making it and providing it to myself enough that I don't need to keep it in here anymore. Alright. Now then, about completing this project. This is fine. This can stay here. Huh. That's what the catwalk looks from underneath. I haven't looked at the bottom of the catwalk in a while. Didn't know it looked like that. right? Oh, enough. That. There, that's better. I don't care about the holes over here, but it would be nice if they were at least holding themselves up on proper foundations. Get my toes out of the way. Okay. This is shaping up well enough. Oh, these are already done. I am done. Oh, and now I've overlapped. There we go. Just one? Just one. Okay, good. I was not on the correct floor to do that. I knew, yes, this is the top floor. It remains to be done. Ah! Okay. Apparently, even if I don't hold control on the last piece that I was pointing at, it will take it if I'm still looking at it while I'm pressing left click. Don't know how I feel about that. Yep, even if I don't select it with control, it will take everything I have selected with control plus whatever I'm looking at when I click. On second thought, that's for the ladder, so we'll leave it. Oh, okay. Might do something with that in a second, but I've confused myself with inconsistent and overlapping plans. Ladder, so they're important. I mean, who says these aren't structurally sound enough to support an entire power pole? It's only 1 meter thick, you know. No, actually, less than a meter thick steel. It's fine. It'll hold it up, right? It's fine. Don't worry about it. It'll hold up. It won't creak, groan, and cave in. Surely not. Surely not. No problem. Don't worry about it. It's fine. No, that's too far. This is too far. actually have any need of this hole, do I? Wrong. Right. Alright, have I created consistency? Seems like I did that backwards. I crouched in midair instead of after jumping. Alright, here's my issue. These two gotta go. You know what? To hell with it. I've got jetpacks and whatnot. I should make like a hyper tube or something instead anyway. Alright, these railings now more or less effectively demarcate where my hub is. No, that's not right. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I like that. That's a nice little visual aesthetic. I don't need a 3-wide entrance. I just need a 3-wide platform. Oh, not right. That'll do. I've almost gotten high enough to tow. Fiddle with you guys. Just barely misses the elevator, but yeah. Are you not connected to my central power grid? I don't think you are. Let's fix that, yeah? Either one of these had a secondary connector. Ah, but you're connected to this one, which I bet is connected to the power grid. Okay, so by extension, a thing was being done, but let's have at least one connection. Yeah, this is a backup because I assumed that that was what was being done here. to experiment with you guys. Yes, I could fiddle around with you a little bit and get singular sports like that, or that's exactly what I was looking for before. Get you out of the way and yeah. Now you do have a secondary tether point there that needs to be lined up, so that's just a visual comment. Do I not have any just straight up triangle foundations without slopes? I guess not. Huh. Like, I want something like this, but just, like, cut in half diagonally. I don't think there is anything like that. They're all, slopey like this. What are you pivoting on? Anyway. I do something like, say... Why won't you let me do that? That would be such a cool visual. Fine. Whatever. I guess then my only recourse is half foundation. But you gotta be careful with these vents. Make sure they're aligned the correct way. That's better. Ah! Zoop! My enemy. My friend. My rival. There we go. That's gonna work, I guess. But you won't let me... Oh, or will you? Maybe if I find the correct angle... Yeah, that's gonna give me a headache. Can't do that. There is no 1x1 cube corner. Half is as low as the number goes. So I guess... this is as good as she gets. That looks like shit. Look, I guess I'm going to just have to pick and settle for something here. And it's gonna be this. That looks a little funny, but it's attached to this, and I'm doing it in other places, so I don't give a shite no more. Ah, I missed the floor. Hello. Up, please. Thank you. Now, you guys are occupying that, so I can't do that decoratively. Alright. Huh. Feels stubby somehow, but whatever. Alright. Nice. Yeah, between foundations and catwalks, they have a clearly delineated this layer, that layer. So they don't do the flickering thing because they're both trying to occupy the same visual layer. So I can do that, and it's nice enough looking, all things considered. What's it being? Oh, I am the obstruction. Once again, I am the obstruction. I forget that it still considers this, like, obviously, as I've proven when I try to do the up down in the same corner, it considers this empty gap to still belong to the hitbox of this foundation, so that don't go where it wants, but this is a nice little visual trick that I figured out here. Gives it a bit more of the appearance of structural stability. Each floor is being supported by these diagonal beams. Kind of idea. Uh-oh. I see the flying materials. Where did that go? Where did I put that? Who's got a weird, mysterious triangle now? I'm going to guess that it's snapped to the bottom or top of one of the floors, because I've already proven that triangles can't occupy the same space, right? Yeah, they can't occupy a foundation space, so it must have snapped to the bottom or top of something in this cornerwards direction somewhere. It could have occupied space taken by these catwalks somewhere. Well, I don't see where I put the mysterious extra diagonal. It can't go inside a machine, can it? No, it doesn't look like it's happy about that at all, so obviously that's not where it went. Well, I'll trip across it at some point, or maybe I won't. Alright, all floors are now diagonal. That's very nice. Okay, cool. Gives the central hub area a little bit of a visual flair that will help me not occupy its space in the future. And build poles and stuff over the launch of cargo crate. Anyway, about that. so many reinforced plates. I'm like, what now? Where can I dump these? I'm definitely not gonna put the plates into the sink. Like, I've just started to kind of uptick the production via the bulk recipes, but oh, these aren't the bulk recipes, are they? No, they're not. I would like to replace those screws with wires. Which would then allow me to more or less fully decommission the screws. Currently, these are the only things taking out screws directly. I have some on-the-spot screw crafting going on because it was just more practical at the time when I had it. It's on the floor underneath. It's coming straight out of the iron rod box. Right there, actually. Yeah, I could just bring this out and then up and level it with one of these bad boys. Like so. Belt is long. It's definitely going to be too long, but where does it want to go? Actually, now that I'm out of the way of that, oh, that was why. Oh. Yeah, it's going to conflict with that. Good, good. 1, 2. Right? Wrong. Yeah, there does not need to be 2 when there could be 1. Huh, those chests have a hitbox. I did not expect that. Anyway, please take my screws out of my inventory. Bastard, not crap. Oh, that's full. Okay, sink, where you at? Hello, sink. All of these screws, please. Yep. Alrighty. You can go probably to the roof now. Is that what I'm working towards? Yes. life is a series of problems of my own design. Now hold up. Aha. I have previously approved this flavor of overlap. We're gonna roll with it. It's not long enough, but that's nothing new. Looks like I'll have an easier time lining this up, so. So if I point it at that, it wants to go there. There's no reason not to let it. Screws going in. Alright, so, about these two. They are pulling... I think that cleared out. I really need to know exactly what this is doing. Whatever. I will build a new one that hasn't been tainted by overclock. 37.5. Okay. Until something comes in and gives demand for the crafting of this, it won't actually activate and update. Yeah, oh, but it just doesn't have wire. I can help with that. Oh, I thought I could help with that. Okay. Now it's updated. 37.5. Two of them, 75, yeah. Give me my calculator. So divided by 2 is 37.5. Yep, okay, so that's working in 75ers now, which is awkward, but whatever. So I could just think of that as a 40. So grab a set of wires, divided 3 would make 40s, and then what is my iron plate demand and provision here? 80. Just 80. Yep. So 120 input up there, 225 somewhere else. Did have a secondary. Yeah. Standard storage containers. No longer receiving inputs. Out of the way. You're still doing work for me. Alright. So, you're no longer connected to anything else except for a 120 inputter. Buffering from below. Yeah? I keep seeing these belts and it's messing with me. Let me just take these out of the picture. And that will help simplify what I'm looking at. That's just an overflow getting reducted into it. You know, no other input in here, and you're only outputting over there. So I just used a double box to help cover the just sheer amount of buffer that I had in it, which means that you're the 120. Yes. You're rolling in from way down. Rocking 120 in. Let me... why did I make you the fat one? Anyway. Now I can't cleanly attach it to the box, but whatever. You're not upside down, are you? No. Good. Can I copy your settings and paste them on a different shaped sign? No. Control-C, Control-V, here we go. Control-A, Control-C. Control-A, Control-V. Done. Yep. So, I am penultimately working with only 120 input on this particular line. The crafting of plates consumes 30, spits out 20. So I can run 4 of them, and I am, which in turn only gives me 8, which is where that problem of bottlenecking is coming from. That produces such a radically smaller amount. A hard drive with a recipe for improved iron plate production wouldn't be amiss. Screws are made out of iron rods, so I'm not going to worry about that for a hot second. So, I only have 80 of you to work with. Which is why I've divided you into 2 sets of 40 each. So this is the absolute maximum number of machines that I can run. So I only need to worry about getting 150 copper wire over here, which is just a simple 2 lines of 180. So if I get a belt with 60 on it, 160 on it, that'll do enough. So let me go find my copper wiring. To the sky! I'll rotate it correctly when I need to, but then at least let me know where I'm going vertically. What are you? Okay, almost there. Wiring then will be right here. Set up the measurements on this yet. So, wires being produced at 30 per. That's the only thing I need to care about currently. We've got 2, and 4, and 6, and 8. Means 180 output. I'm rolling that off my head correctly. 240. Man, I'm bad at math. Oh, I made sets of 3 for 90 and then doubled it, and I was stupid like that. Anyway. 8 of those run at 3, so I've got 240 input for wire. The only input of wire I've got. Storage container, and then daisy chaining all the way up. Until splitter output up there. So 240 going in here. 2 containers worth, so I might as well make 10 hold that. Stop inputting. Provide me that. And that. And then... Oh, I actually can just fat stack a chunk of these in my inventory. You're the output. Go in here, please. Stop trying to be straight. You could play nice, you know. Anyway. Nope. We're not gonna make that same mistake. Actually, I've got both belts. I can run it up a couple times this shit. I gotta remember that I can just press E to close inventories when there's a text box involved. I keep going for Control and Tab. It's an unnecessary series of inputs. Now you can reconnect. If I deconstruct these, will it drop it at my feet or where the container is? Where the container is. And it vertically drops and stacks it. Okay. Hold these. Thank you. And while you're at it, hold these. Thank you. This will go a lot faster. Anyway, that's those more or less cleared up now, so now I've got more ability to draw and push. Okay, so I'm splitting things here to go feed things over there. Take 60 and make 30. Pull 270 out. And divide it by 3, it's 130, no 90. Okay. So you're not actually capable of working with that. And that bounce mark 3'd all the way through, so. You're coming down, you're hitting the splitter. 270 is being divided into 90. The input value is, once again, 240. Now that I've actually got the permanent chest down with the portrait on for that. Here is why I did it that way. Okay. I could use significantly less murders here. I must have been working with tier 2 belts when I did most of this. Yep. Either way. Dag. Nag. Cool. Okay. Centered. Alright, so that probably has something to do with what this is about. So it's not 270 on the belt that's being divided by 30, it's 240. That probably explains a bit of what's going on. Yeah, that actually makes it 80. Which means 3 lines of 80. 2 of these are getting the 60 that they need. The final one, this is the input, yep. goes up and takes its last 80 you out to do whatever that's doing. So, all 240 of this is in fact being used. I have no active capacity to pull any more off of that. Which appears to not have stopped me in the slightest over here. Where are you going? You're calling 60 for here. Okay. Interesting, interesting. What? Oh, okay, it doesn't go up all the way. I am the dumping. So, you're pulling a demand of 60. That's because of an overclocker. Did something about that. What would you actually be drawing off the box currently? Going down. Ah, flattered. So, of the 240 that's coming in, it is being split here to provide 120. And then 120 going into here. And then that 120 is coming down here. And it's getting split into 40. You're only getting 40. You're only getting 40. And you are providing something somewhere with only 40. Which is half so much as what you actually need. Who is supplying you, sir? What the hell is supplying you? Where the hell are you coming from? You're coming from over here, okay. Okay, 120. copper. It's 10 and 10 going in, come down, getting split. Yeah, that's not right. I wasn't checking my input when I was doing this. I will get that sign one of these days. There we go. Gosh darn it. No, wait. Am I going too fast? Maybe I'm missing something here. 210 comes out. It's split to 105. 105 gets split to 52. 52 gets split to 26.25. 6.25. Split into 13.125. These machines are not being sufficiently supplied. Barring situations like currently, where I am actually buffered up and all the I am not pulling as hard as my theoretical maximum crafting capacity could produce. Oh, cool, it even shows... That's nice. It shows all the recipes I have that can craft it. So currently, this is the only way in which I can produce copper. I feel like I was offered a recipe to make it better at some point with rubber. I overturned it because I didn't have rubber yet. I still don't, despite the ability to have gotten that up and running literally at any point. So yes, I have no other mergers running into this, so this is just a 210 output, yeah? Because 30 of it is being peeled to go elsewhere. Why aren't you running? You should be running. Why aren't you? What is your problem? Red. No power. Oh, I am such a dipshit. Well, glad I'm not using all that I could be producing out of this, because I wasn't providing input for a hot minute there. Okay, so maybe this explains a bit. 120 copper ore coming in there, and 120 copper ore coming in there. So I've actually got 240 running on it. So that's 60, splitting down into the 30s that these machines need. Yeah. So aside from the pole, it's going to I don't have to worry about the inputs. The inputs are being properly handled. This is in fact just the 210 that I assumed. So 210 is my maximum ingot providing capacity. And I am using a triple, no, a double, dividing it up here. The splitter going to yet another splitter, and holy hell, high baskets. That is a lot of shit that I've got going on here. Yikes. I've got so much going on in this damn place. Copper is a mess. God, I need to just get more copper nodes. Alright, so 105. 2.5. 13.125. Just not enough for. The belt may be able to pull a 270, but the input is not providing a full 270. So if I ever fully spooled this up to maximum capacity of production, I wouldn't have the input to cover it. It wouldn't be practical to scale it down to match this, because I could just bring more input in from somewhere, which is easier said than done, I'm sure. Ah, I do have one more that I could bring in. So if I'm remembering my baselines properly, impure is 30, 60 is normal, 120 for pure. So normal on a Mark II would be 120 extra. Okay, what would I want to do with that 120 extra. So I could feed it into foundries for improved iron production. What's that hotkey again? N? And then... yeah, I don't have an alternative recipe for this yet on alloy. So given that these convert in a run to 120 extra would make this 330, which would then bring this to 330 divided by 3 is... oh no, I'm not divided by 3. Divided by 2. I can't do that in my head. 330 divided by 2 is 165. Divided by 2 is 82. 41. 20.625. Okay, so it would eventually get down to providing enough for these if I just dumped it all into the box. No questions asked. Okay, that's what the whooshy noise was. Big guy's making his flyby. I found it. There's also something up here. Yeah. Yeet. Man, when I can put that where I want, on the dot, on demand, it's a lot easier to get multiples in one blast. Well, I guess there was just recessed ones inside of each other. Now, what is actually... ah, Goldie Boy. Hello. Very nice. So, that is downstairs. Yep. I might. Yeah, that wasn't enough to reload it. Gotta way complete that animation. I wonder if I could bomb this. Probably. Oh, I'm stupid. Like, yes, I will need that, but not yet. What I wanted to make is that slug needs to become booster. And the protein. Put that out of my inventory. Anything else I can get rid of like this? Don't worry about it. Ah, I needed that equipment crafter. Why did I pick it up already? Okay, I'm getting used to that. It would really help if these had numbers on them, but I'll make do with what I got. Now there should be, yeah, power lines running around the world. I think you kill momentum, so can't really have any fun with you. How many links you got? Too many. But that don't matter because I know the way around that trick. And that is to do a little number. Now I have power and travel available to my disposal. Oh. Well, also, sometimes the solution was simpler than you thought if you just had X-ray vision. Where is... There it is. Oh, hello. Give me that. Oh, wow, okay. Hi there. Wow, that's a lot of berries. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Give me all that. Can I, like, make fertilizer and just, like, dump it on the ground here? Shut up.
unless I run the platform out that way a good bit, that's not going to be a clean connection no matter what. So it won't be valid for zip lining. But I could just run it directly into here. That goes to the cliff face. So, alternatively, that's too long. Well, how about then? Do I not have a log pole power? I replaced it because it was in here. Where am I going to put the log pole power then? I've had that on 8 for so long, I might as well just keep it there. So you become 8, and you become 9, and you become 1 here. This is kind of a jank way to run it, but it'll do for now. So the most important part is to have a good connection from you up here that I can ride. Well, no, that's always going to be like that, yeah, so let's run a pole first, and you know what? I gotta go to the bathroom, so be right back. Okay. What is good for even better if I had a bottle that I could trust, not to dump water all over. Alright. Alrighty. Okay, let's get back to that. Over there. Sip it. Oh, right, that's why. If I do this, and this, and this...
I was gonna say maybe that's why I took the thing off there, but no. This only cycles between platform, no platform. With and without ladder included. I can cycle a hole in here, but let's see if I'm going down there. Nope, I knew it. That's not right. There we go. Okay. For time being, just quickly. Yep, you're gonna knock me off, but that's fine. Oh. Okay. So that, accidentally centered itself when I re-selected it. Okay, so that wire goes to there. Alright, I would have to, you know, probably catch myself and take a new line, but the far line will collide with itself, so it won't get me up here, but that line will, so good enough. Good enough! Not good enough. There. That will let me get up here. But not if I do that. Kind of a problem there. Nah, let's not interfere with the plans. That's fine. It's fine. I have parachutes. I have jetpacks. That is fine. All right. Terminal velocity. Here's the thing. A little tap ain't enough. You got to actually kill all of them. All right. You're spooling up. You're gonna make stuff. And things. So what have I got going over here? I've got that going over here. Well, I could piggyback this. Huh. Was I not upgrading this at some point? I have a splitter on you? No, really, why did I have a splitter on you? Why did I put a splitter there? Was I just trying to plan ahead for when I might need... I don't know. I don't know why I did that, but I did, so okay, it's there. Alright, that is an active floor holder, so I'll keep that in mind, maybe. Where's the power? Yeah, I'm not gonna be gonna be able to use that. Huh. Why not? There we go. Not ideal, but functional. What was the Theonomous red glow? Is that just the sun? God, I hope that's just the sun. That's boop. I guess I was just preparing ahead. There really isn't any need for these. At any rate, the key thing here was I wanted to see if this would be a viable line. Not necessarily. Oh, I really don't like that one. Okay. Alright, not gonna get out that way. That's for sure. Not gonna lie, thought those roots were another one of the stingers respawning. Alright, and we are officially in need of a better way of handling this. That's for sure. Okay, you, about that. Huh. Huh. Are you or are you not snapped to the world around you? Low velocity is a bad thing. Remember that. You're not snapped to the world. Not even a little. Well. Oh well. Anyway. Do I want to punch it through the floor? Yeah, but I'll probably punch it through the floor up there, but... Nah, we'll just take a vertical on it. Okay, there we go. Off by the left of the ladder. I understand the pipe is too long. But it wants its hole to be right about mirror-ish. Now then, will that work? Well, looks like it will. Terminal velocity. Okay. It's sloped, but it'll function. Power. Power is there. I mean, they would get the job done. Literally can't. I guess we'll just, okay, duly noted. Inventory will not automatically pull from dimensional storage back. Bit abrupt, but it functions. Now, I'm betting I could. Yeah, I could. It'd be a little funny, but I bet you it would launch me into the air like a hell of a bun. Oh, this is gonna... Yep! I forgot about that. How high will I fly? Ah, but it will suck me right back into the ground if I don't catch myself. So let's not muck with that. We're just gonna not fall. We're just gonna put a tiny little entrance on that. Yep. Stop that. Stop that. Thank you. Huh. Okay. Alright. Turbo ladder no longer required. Whatever little stubs down there can stay. Anyway, I was here for the copper. So, by Straight's estimation, I should be aiming for here-ish. If I don't, and I bring it in over here-ish, I can line it up right about there. Okay, so let me get my long-lost friend, the stacker pole. Really doesn't like that. Yep. Alright, just gonna have to go like that. Real quick, I'm just gonna seven that up. You know, it would probably help if... Cool, it will do it. There. Now I don't have to worry about the adjustment of verticality. I can just always stick it on a seam and know that I won't suddenly need more or less belt. I could even count the foundations and speed it up that way, but I don't feel like counting while I run. I just want to run until the belt turns red. Although, let me refresh that observation. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7er. It might be faster if I set all of these up ahead of time every 7 links. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we're gonna have to do something about that corner, so yeah, yeet. Yep, it's matching up so far. That'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7. See how the logic around corners is. Now, if I've got this right, I should be able to put it on that and to that. Yep, and it's going the right way. Alright, cool. So even rounding the corner, it still came up to 7. let me... 30. Okay. As long as I'm here and doing this. What do you mean? Okay. I have brought more copper to the party. So, let me find parts. You. Alright. I can make 25 per minute of that directly from iron, which will take it off of my steel production. And free it up for other units. This is the input. This is the output. Going to 2 per. And re-merging after. So let me take you both up. Ah, hemorrhaging resources. Again. How about get you guys out of here real quick? And please, it's you are backflowed on that, which is why I picked up 200 from the one that's done. Okay, how am I gonna run this? So I'm gonna replace all the bits at the same time. Hold my MacGyver for a minute. Do real quick, and then I'm just gonna quickly down to highly visible, get this shit out of my inventory box. committing to steel not being part of pipe production anymore. Yeah, these are servicing a number of machines. Don't necessarily have to have it come in that way, but on the bottom floor, there's still plenty of throughput directions that way. Which way do I want the inputs facing? Yeah, I'm bringing in the copper in over that way, so if nothing else, I'll probably have the production line set up this way. What are you doing? Just go around. Why are you so dumb? Why must you go that way? Just go around this side, you dipshit. Why must you be like this? Whatever. I see a box laying around somewhere. No, that's my box that I put down. Okay. Alright, good. That'll work. Go again. So, no longer producing steel for those pipes, because those pipes are also being piped directly into my inventory over in conventional storage, because I have that set up somewhere else. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Where are these dismantle crates? Looks like I left some stuff behind when I was working over here earlier. Yep. Oh boy, more screws. Where's the sink? Oh, well, that's kind of hard to miss. Yeah, okay, right, that's not how that works. Wanna fall? No, you don't fall? Okay. How about you take this, and this, and then give me that, and this, and that. You take that. And where are some more of these crates? I know they're here. Oh, hello. Well, that's understandable, yes. Okay. Here's a plan. Fuck. Ah, I was afraid of that. I just can't see it apparently when I'm scrolling through. Like, I already tried to have that idea before. Medical? Alright, that'll work. I've only bought myself one inventory space, though. That's okay. I will sink some of this and then come back and adjust. Why did I set that up so weird? Whatever. Sink the shit. My space open up so I can bring even more to be sunk. That is so infuriating. Of course. So that will pull 60. You're providing 30. You will drastically outstep any hope of that eventually equaling out. But for the time being, how about power? The buffers in the machines that are crafting are probably emptying out right now. I can't deposit into those though. So how many more dismantle crates have I got around? There's another one over here somewhere. Hello, little buddy. Come with me. Any more? No? We're good? Fine? Great. Sure, those will be used for something at some point. If nothing else, maybe it'll make into the material for a Mark II pipeline material at some point. I don't know. difficult to say what the material costs of a Mark II belt are going to be this far down the road. That far down the future? That far into the future? That far into the future. There's the phrase. Okay. Anyway, back to my 120 raw copper coming in. And the logistics of whether or not I'm even going to have close to enough iron to handle this. Or if I'm going to have to go and disassemble a little bit of the smelter I just finished setting up when I first loaded in and said, "Ha, hey, set up 8 smelters." I did it. Now what? So, I got 120 iron ore going in, 210 coal. I've overclocked these in order to handle that, so I could peel off some of it to make iron, to make pipes. What are the demands of the pipes when constructed out of iron? $100. You would take 30 and make 20. You would take 100 and make 25. I could make 750 out of 40. Two of those would be 150. 83 would be 225 and 120 input. Don't leave stuff like that laying around. What? What do you mean? Oh, that's why. So. If I redirected this a little bit and peeled off that third belt, these would both be receiving 40 at that point, which would actually be beneath what they need to function at full pace. No matter what, I need to be able to service at least 90, so I only have 30 spare. Not enough to run one of these at full capacity. I would be about 3/4 speed, I want to say. So if I started cranking this down, yeah, exactly 3/4 speed would only pull the 30 that I could provide. And it would put out about just under 60 per minute of iron ingots, which in turn would then serve Not even close to one of these. What does that sound? Why is it playing that music? And there's one off in this distance over here somewhere, obviously. Yeah. Yeet. Want some of this? Yeah, you want some of this. I guess that's just one of the background tracks that can run. Oh, another one, eh? Well, it's talking to me, so it's around here somewhere.
Look through the window.
Oh, you're in the ground.
Harmonize with us. You no longer perform your Maker Temple.
Helping meant leaving it.
Our blood will eat, build, teach.
I have no use for blood.
You do, consume.
Interesting.
So their blood is information processing of some sort? Just put on a biological medium instead of a technological one? Blood and data might be roughly synonymous between the two of them talking. Let's not forget that we're having fun with them doing all this, you know, figuring things out. Inside my head, as a processing unit. I'm sure that's a very pleasant experience. If I remember right, that might, yeah, that's overflowed. I have no room for none. Right, so let's look into... I am producing roughly 130 steel. And... 60 of that is being done up in this. It's the only thing doing right now, but I could multiply that a bit. It's not overclocked at all, so I could run double up on that. An unclocked machine only cranks 45, so... That's bad. Alright, so, if I wanted to match pace with you, pulling 60 on a not overclocked machine, so it would take 4 of them, 4 foundries to service... Motherfucking phone, don't screensaver on me. It would take 4 foundries to service 3 crafters of steel beams. Because input and output is 1 to 1, right? Yeah, it's just the coal adds an extra layer. So, I would need 180 iron ore raw input. Split it into 4 foundries, and then, and only then, could I run 3 of the crafters doing the pipe recipe. Or the steel beam recipe. So if I only did 2 of them, that would leave me with 60 left over. Oh, cool. I can open more than one at once. Nice. Alright, so in terms of my actual crafting demands, we're going to ignore the novelists. I only need the 25. Well, I could spit out 25, but I can't cleanly divide it into the 2 machines that want it. I would have to do some very fun divisions and mergers, and then more divisions, to properly throttle it down to just what it needs. Or I could just, split it, in which case the rotors would get 3 more than they need and the stators would get 2 less than they need, but whatever. Take a 60 belt and split it in 2 and call it good enough for both. Somewhere out in the world, I've got a dedicated iron setup that is just making steel pipes, I know. I think it's doing it at a slight loss compared to what it could handle, because I think I can make it like 220 wherever it's at, and it's or 240, and it's running at 200 per. I think even if I wanted to make use of the end of the crafting of iron pipes from steel to re-up my consumption of steel, I am still dealing with only 120 iron ore coming in on that belt. You're going to be doing that until the end of time. Even if you have made a decent stockpile currently. Well done, well done. So let's just work with this. I've got 135. Ignore the other nonsense. You need 60 per, so I can immediately make a second one of you. What do you mean you're happy now, you dick? Oh, it must have just been a lacking surface nonsense. Wrong. There we go. Why are you trying to hover? Please stop that. Nope, wrong key. There we go. Good enough for now. Anyway. is that? 18? What the fuck is that? What is that cursed ass number? Wouldn't be until you're running 270 that you would have those two numbers intersect. Should be... Whatever. Anyway, I don't feel like mucking with that weird splits and shit. You're just taking for this man here, and you're splitting too. No wonder you're never gonna catch up. 30 per each. Yep. So you're trying to pull 60 off 30. No wonder you're never full. Am I dumb? Oh yeah, 135. For a second I thought, surely that must be 125, but I'm just trying to trend towards numbers that I like. So, I don't think this iron set is ever going to be in a reasonable place to service this copper. I can, however, probably run that the long way around the shop until I get it to... Oh, shit. I need to eat. I'm actually getting hungry. That laughing hurt. Anyway, yeah, I could run off these. So I've got, what, 240 going in here? What's my noise? I not labeled this shit. I swear I labeled this shit. Oh, it must have been on this one, the outer wall. And then I pulled it back in again. Damn search. Why is that like that? Don't do that. Are you upside down? You're not. Okay, good. So then, if I wanted to foundry that shit, right? I could run up to 6 of these, which would require only 60 of the copper that I'm bringing in at 120. I think I can make that work. So, this thing can service 6. Because all you're doing is making iron ingots anyway, yeah? And then putting it into the main storage. Yep. So... yeah, and I could just split both of these 3 ways instead of, all this. I need to space them out a little bit, though. But that's not a big deal. Like, I could just peel belt left, peel belt right, 3 foundries, 3 foundries. Ugh, my inventory is a nightmare, and it's all those stupid plates. You know, this box over here, not here anymore, storage of overflowing copper sheets. Oops. Anyway, oh, I know. Oh, that's how I got rid of it. Good, good. That'll do. Okay, yeah, I do defeated it. So, I just somehow ended up with 38 of it in my inventory. Which isn't a problem. I can just craft it into shotgun rebar if I want to. That'd work just fine. Yeah, I've even got plenty of space for it too. He is dork. Alright, now about those foundries, how fat are they gonna play nice around in here? So a single foundry is roughly 2 of these bad boys. Are you doing any work still? You're not? Okay, good. Upgraded you to industrial storage. Now it's just a matter of getting these boys to empty out. think how I'm going to run that is... I'll drop materials down there if I do that, so... We upgraded this whole belt, right? Yeah, the whole belt's upgraded. Oh man. think my best move is just deconnect these first, let the systems start emptying themselves out. Decide whether I need to go vertically or not on that at a later date. Okay, so I could service like 12 of these bastards on that belt of 120 I just brought in. But that's a bit overkill. If I set up 4 out of the 6 of these to run directly into a box, that would make it 300 per minute, which would service 3 of the expensive crafters running a steel bypass. Fully freeing up all steel production into the being. At which point, having used 4 of them, that would be 2 splits on the second belt for 80 iron, and then 90 copper. No, 120 will be coming in if I take out 40. Yeah, that'd be 80. So 80 and 80. What can I do with those? What can I do with? Cycle I could do with the overflow of that trek. Max case scenario, I have to put all 240 iron ore that I'm pumping out into these machines. I can make 6 of them run. That uses only half of the copper belt, which means I could take the other half and, I don't know, dump it into 2 smelters and make 60 iron ingots and run that somewhere else. So I get 60 copper ingots, I mean, and run that somewhere else. If I do that, make more wire, which I could then service quite 2 of these, but pretty cleanly 2 of these. In the first place, this isn't 1-to-1, is it? No, it is not. So I would only be putting out 60, would be servicing 4 of these, which would be 120? Yeah, so 60 copper ingots going in would only result in 4 of these coming out, which would be 120 of them. So I actually have more than I thought available. Glad I remembered that ratio is a little skewed. So I could run 3 stator machines off of that. Or 4 rotor machines. So 2 of these. I run 2 of these on that setup. It would more or less equal out plenty. Eventually this all hashes out to being possible, but it does require a pretty extensive rewiring of most of my internal factory. Which is not in and of itself a bad thing. Those are side by side. I've only got the single iron pipe output, and it is running on this floor, the third. All the way across the board. The pipes are used on the third floor, except for when they are run. The second floor on that machine, which is making rotors, if I had to have a guess. No, reinforcement. That's not bad. I forgot about that. I was supposed to be supplying copper wires to these. Since I'm not, that's not a bad use of what I've got coming in. It won't be enough, but it will service them. This one is coming from the 3 foundries I have set up over there. This one is coming awkwardly from all the way downstairs, where I've got these 8 smelters set up, so if I wasn't running them, I could just make the input come from upstairs. Yeah, ran out of fuel. Yep. Yep, and there's the walls. Anyway. Alright, cool. No. Oh, well, whatever. Cable's not a big deal. Oh, important. Where is... So I have the left one here. There's gonna be some collision on the light. If I didn't do that, out here, where did I take it? There we go. Finally hit the right key. Anyway, in terms of where I could bring them, as long as I did it inside, I do tend to get rid of this, that at some point. Going down. Yeah, you're not taking any input, so eventually, in theory, you empty out. But I don't know. Okay, those two can go up and still miss a fair deal of. You don't need to keep the animal zoo. In effect, once you're past that of that, I'm gonna make that ruling right now, right now. So I want to bring those up to the 4th/5th floor. Going pretty much right here. So up here is fine. Problem lies in that. The making of the plates. Man, these boxes being offset by one from floors is screwing with me something fierce. That one don't matter. This one... Yuck. I mean, they might both fit right here. It's just, why would I invite the cursed alignment upstairs? So, if I don't want to do that, if I brought it over here, I would be going through the cliff. I consider that a better deal than... So, running it backwards could work, except for the cliffs in the way. What about the sides? I could run this one back out this way, and this one back out that way. I'd be splitting them up, only to have to put them back together again somewhere else, though. Actually, wait. What are you guys again? You guys are just one to... I could have merged these both onto a single belt a long time ago. Alright, well, having figured that little number out, where would I like to merge them? And then I could just take a single belt out of the zoo at any given location at my leisure. Hey, yeah. Ugh. Okay, good. Oh, huh. I could actually pretty cleanly run that straight into the copper area. Bring it home, as it were. As it is, I'm only going to need half of it for what I'm doing over there with the iron, so I could pump the other half into something. Huh? Yeah, iron is what that means. So, if I didn't peel 30 off, I pumped another 30 in, all the way across the board, I could run 2 more wire machines. Yeah? I mean, in theory, if I was running all 240... How did it fuck did you get in here? You best be making your way out, boy. Or I'll be encouraging your swift egress. No, you're not gonna park here. Keep moving. The fuck do you think you're going, boy? You can't get out that way. Well, unless you can, in which case, you know, have at it. Keep moving. Keep going. You're kidding. Alright, good. That was the problem. Does he specifically flee in the direction that I drive him? He tries to. No, he keeps going straight once he's already running. You know what? You're far enough out of the way over here that I don't give a shit. Have fun. Enjoy the factory, buddy. So the important part here is I now have this over in this direction. So that's what's up. I have raw iron ingots coming in from up there instead of iron ore. Pre-crafted as the case would be. And that 120 is servicing for plate crafters. What was the ratio again? I keep forgetting this number. So that would run an additional 30 copper. And yeah, so it'll leave 30 more that I'm not using at that point. I think if I'm getting all my math correct across the God knows how many times I've been running stuff through my head here. Got it. That would require me to run over there and disassemble the smelters and bring it in raw. Because I didn't have viable copper to blend on that end. Okay, as long as you say so, gang. yeah. Anyway. Hey, yeah. Let me punch a hole through the floor, or at least stick a... Oh. That's the exact one. Okay. Good enough. Oh, cliff. Okay, cool. Yep, I think I can make that work. That was cheap. That's not right. I think that's right. You know, barring the curse of the miners. That's right. Now, will you politely tether to my man here? You will not. Because the back one is technically the one being used. But what if I went up and then rotated? That noise is the best. Okay, but now we're happy with this side. Uh-huh. Sure, game. Whatever you say. Right. As long as it gets the fucking job done. God, that is weird. Whatever. It's just another part of working with miners. These stupid digging ass machines. Anyway. You're gonna need some coaxing to come around the way I want you to. Sure, that'll work. It's not actually using the wall, though, is it? Which is dumb. But whatever. Okay, guess I'm moving over at least one panel here. If I'm gonna move over one panel, I might as well move over two. Yay! Alright, let's go demolish some infrastructure. One of these was not like the others. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, because that's two 120s merged, 240. Yep. I suppose in a pinch, if I absolutely had to, I could slap a splitter on the head of this vertical belt, and maybe it would fit. I mean, it's theoretically possible. I think it could probably work. Maybe. I think the splitter would drive it out another wedge, so maybe it wouldn't work. Oh, we have successfully emptied the belt. It disassembled both of the sinks, so they're not going to be doing any service for me over here. Yeah. Yeah, I slapped down both of those. Is this just an example, or yeah, it is. I was going to use that as the directive to place all of them, but I hadn't figured out exactly where my inputs were coming from yet, so let's not save it. And have the copper ore too. Oh, got it. Sink some more shit. Anyway, oopsies we goesies. So, I can service up to 12 foundries. I have 360 iron ore here to make work. That'll service 9 foundries. I keep pushing my legs into different positions to stop them from dying on me. Blood flow is important to the legs. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay, there it goes. I was gonna say, it's like I was gonna be pissed if the reason my phone kept going into screensaver while I've got the calculator open is that I don't have it sitting perfectly flat. But no, even when I set it on the table, it still dies. Now what? Comic updated. Not a problem. Anyway, so should I go down there and split that down into a 120? At least up here, it would simplify my life, because then I could just divide it by 3 with a simple splitter. Whereas with this, I have to split it and then split it again. I just hadn't used the merger downstairs. So let me go look into that. Is it going to be faster to get rid of the merger? But then that does beg the question, how am I going to get them into... Well, no, I can put that one I can rotate for 90 degrees, and then I can just bring the other one in straight. Okay, so this is gonna work. I just gotta logistics this little mess out. And you're no longer connected to that, unfortunately. Stop, stop, stop! Stop it! Okay. Come on. The important part is I must go from here to here. My fat ass out of the way. Yeah, that way it's going that way. If I had done it from the wall to the mount, it would have been backwards and it wouldn't have accepted input. Okay, so it doesn't really matter which way either of you connect, only that you will accept the connection. So I suppose my friend in the back is going to be the key determiner of this. Yep. You're going to want to go the other way around, I'm thinking. Hello, hello, hello. Going down. Ah, yes. Ceilings. Ceilings exist. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, good. Next! I don't know what I've attached that to, but it ain't what I wanted. Okay, 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 okay! Ah! Great time for that noise. Anyway. There we go. Goodness. And please, for the love of God, just... That's what I was afraid of. Let's sigh. First off, because of the way that conveyor belt assignments work, just hold that for me. Spoop. Well, no, I can't blame you for that. That's just conveyor belt pull shenanigans. Whether Zook was on or not, it wasn't going to do anything. If I bring you down all the way and put you on their level, will you be happy? Sure as shit you will, yep. Okay. I'll do it. I'll take it. It works. That's all I care about. Okay, give me that back. And you. Alright. 120. Every fracking place. There we go. Give me you. Copy. You. Paste. You. Paste. 3 sets of 120. Motherfucker, are you telling me you ain't attached anymore? You better not be. Alright, good. I don't give a shit about the rest of that. Okay, as long as it is attached. Anyway. Are you shitting on me? Ah! Why is it like that? Please tell me I can flip that. Well, it's not like it's gonna matter. Never mind. I could just copy and paste. I forgot. It's like my first instinct was that I can't copy and paste in here because it doesn't work. But no, that's not how it works now. Okay. Copy and paste is something I do understand how it works. So. Literally any kind of symbol on the blueprint would be great for determining which way is up and down, since that apparently is an issue. Anyway, all of my iron is now on the top floor from those 2 miners and the outpost on the edge. Now I can bring in the copper. All I gotta do is figure out how I want to arrange the foundries now, and you know, getting around these chests of shit. So you no longer have your 120 iron input here or there, so you're exclusively outputting and receiving? Why are you receiving? That's input, that's output. Oh, this is the old stack. No wonder it's always in the way and it's offset by 1 from the floors. I think I'm just going to get you dumped into the sink, honestly. I am not at any risk of running out of goddamn iron. Okay, so I don't have a sink downstairs. I went and dumped stuff in the sink at home on the hub. Ah, I just barely missed. I'm gonna slap a sink upstairs. We're gonna need some room for a container. I do think it'd be wise if I made sure that I still had some storage for iron ingots somewhere. So where are you guys running? You're running out and around, through, and here, and up, and around, up, squeeze, and up, and up, and up. Oh, I'm out of juice. Ladder. Until you get here. Hopefully, that is. Ugh, it's not. Oh, but it is run up to that one, so at least I've got that to my name. Yep, alright, good. Don't keep those machines running for a hot minute. What iron is servicing these foundries over here? Oh, that's right, the third miner I dedicated in its entirety to you. 23 foundries. Running those iron ingots. Yep. Okay, so, in the light of that, I could take that third miner and bring it upstairs as well. Because with 3 miners and 360, I could run 9 foundries, which is still 3 short of the maximum number of them that I could run on the copper from the 120, but that doesn't include the 120. So yeah, with the 480 I've got total, with the 1 belt from outside the base and the 3 from inside, I could fully consume that belt of copper that I'm bringing in and make it all into boosted iron. Alright, I like that plan. This is going to necessitate figuring out getting that third miner's output upstairs. But that shouldn't be too horrible. Right! Oh, I have a conveyor belt to do. Make you stop. Put you on a straight and narrow. Then, we just gotta go upstairs. Just gotta go upstairs. Why not? Unfortunately, that's not going to fly. Oh well. It's close enough. It's good enough. It's pretty enough. Alright. Welcome to the top floor, ladies and gentlemen. Just put them both there. We'll figure out which one it plays nicest with in a hot minute. Oh, you know what would make this simpler? This. Yep, okay, so that's the correct height, I think. And just turn it that way. And then we'll figure out orientations over here. So, you guys are resupplying my fucking chest. I just emptied out. Oh, I didn't make noise. Oh, but you're... Yeah, okay. So just stop, and then do that. Yeah, raw jump. Can't get me up that much. No more collision. That part's extremely nice. So I don't have to worry about these anymore. Oh, it's the machines that I'm replacing are feeding it. Okay. So that's not really necessary anymore. Put that there so that I know that this is the output point. Yeah, I screwed that up. No, yeah, okay. Alright, I've got my emergency box. Dump. There, that's very visible. I had this backwards. I thought that the mining enclosure extended out this far. It did not. That's just optical illusion of the two corners right over there being together. Eh. Well, it makes my life simpler anyway, so I can see all the way to the bottom, know what I'm working around. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. About that then. Got 4 belts of 120 coming in. They're getting it up to a 480. That services all 12. So I'm about to max capacity iron ore development. Really should have put this literally anywhere else. Okay, spare storage over there. Out of my way. As it was meant to be. What are you being serviced by, good sirrah? You are supplying this. You are receiving from this. This is receiving from this. Oh, you're just yet another overflow storage. Crimey, I made way too many of these damn things. Don't get me wrong, I love my buffer boxes, but I am clearly overcompensating for stuff that I was not ready to produce from. Oh boy. I am not emptying fast enough into the sink. So we'll make another one. That's why. Still, that's the only one that needs to be there. That's sufficient for both of them now. Anyway. Requester for needed. That's not right. Better. Oh, what is this shite? No, those are right. So why are these? Oh. Huh. Don't know how it snapped to that, but whatever. Okay, that one is not explicitly required. Therefore, huh, that's neat how that worked out. Anyway. Alright. Alright, well, Straight is fairly fond of that particular entrance, so why not? You know what? I'm gonna do the smart thing here. And huh. Okay. One door. Yep. No, I'm not mistaken. As long as this isn't upside down. Cool. We're gonna be working on that for a hot minute. Yep. Alright, so that's there, these are there. Each of those creates 3 splitters and services 3 foundries. I've got a lot of foundries to get set up. What are those foundries' outputs going to look like? I haven't thought about that for a hot second. Oh, jeez. 270? I don't suppose you play nice with 75, do you? Not really. 3.6. Okay, yep. Okay, only gonna be able to fit 3 outputs on a belt. Which, okay, I guess at the end of the day, a single foundry will run a single set. So a single belt serves 3 foundries, serves 1 belt. So I'm gonna have 4 belts ultimately going into something somewhere for storage. Who is you and why? What? I think I remember I did that so that I would remember where something was, but... What do you make? Oh, you need copper wires. That's right, I need to wire both of you up to copper wires. I forgot about that. So I'll leave you where you are. That will help me remember. Obviously, that works. That'll help me remember that. Alright, so I'm going to need 12 foundries. Ooh, la. Oh yeah, and each of those foundries is going to need to split off that copper boy. Sure. Person thing. Yeah, it won't let me perpendicular it. Oh well. Okay, now that helps me figure out the correct height. Hold that thought. Yeah, I suppose the farthest one is fine. Alright. Now, here's the key part. That thing is going to get real messy real quick. Because I've got to divide it 12 fucking times. I mean, I suppose I could just run a U-belt around the foundries. Like, I could divide the foundries up into 6 facing 6 with their inputs facing the center lane, and then run a U-belt around the outside, and then just constantly pull splitters off of that. But I know that that's not how that's going to shake out in the end, because the ones on the end are going to get significantly less, because the throughput is going to be something like 60 to the first one, 30 to the second one, down the line. Like, eventually, if things are constantly backed up, it works the same, but I just wish splitters could be attached to ceilings, you know? Make my life a lot simpler. Ugh. I could have just done this to begin with. I might be a special flavor of dumb. Whoa, okay. Autosave jolted me into the air a little bit there. Yep, that's the right level. Yes, damn it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Why? Why is it upside down again? Oh, god damn it! Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, there we go. Hi. Bye. Alright, you're empty. You're empty. You're empty. You're still working. Okay. So, the key thing here is I need to do a lot of splitting. Now, once I've done my splitting, one would hope that one would not need the floors anymore. Alright, so I can split it 3 ways right away, and that'll make it 40. Or I can split it twice and then split it 3 ways. Got 2 60s. Make it 20s, and then divide each of those. So which takes less space? If I split it 3 times to begin with, that's 4. Each of those is going to need splits of 2. Branching in that way, I would end up... Yeah, so each of those would be 30. No, 40. And then... that would spit out 20. Ah, but this immediately starts colliding with itself, so... I think it's better to just split twice to begin with. Will you accept input from that? Neither straight nor default. Are you sure? You are absolutely positive. Okay, fine. Gotta be at least this far out, I guess. Yep. Okay, so, run it on that logic. Why aren't you happy? Oh, because my alignment is barked. Okay. So that's my 2 60s. Each of those can go into yet another splitter. And if I divide 60 by 3, I get 20s. Each of the 20s that come out will need their own splitters. They're not gonna have enough room. Or, if I'd only divide by 2 again, so 60 comes out, gets divided in 2 to 30s, then I can divide by 3, and I've got plenty of room to do that, bending corners next to each other, and supplying 3 belts flat this way. Now then, that results in 3, 6, 9, 12 outputs. I just gotta figure out how I'm gonna make them play with the foundries. Leave that up there so in case I need to rebuild the floor and tweak them more. Yep, I can do that. I can get splitters, under splitters, running 3 splits. Yeah. Make sure they're facing the same way as the ones I'm dropping them down by. And cutting out the middle ones. all of these are now aligned with their own belts. So I could do this, and then bring this out from, like, say, here up to there. Yeah, that would work on each foundry. So now it's just a matter of orienting the foundries around this nonsense that I've created. That's... this input and this input are very close to each other. And getting the iron into those is going to be a trick in its own right. In theory, each belt only has to get into it once. It will serve 3 foundries, so I could bring it under and then back up again. This is pretty much the only one that's going to immediately self-serve, which means all the others would then be plowing into the floor. Yeah. Problems. I mean, I don't have to directly do that. It's just the thought occurred to me that that would work out very nicely. At least as far as these ones go, I can immediately set up all 3 just off of these. So let me get 3 foundries set up then, in so much as I can with the space I have. Can I nudge that? I guess. Oh. Oh, that's perfect. Ah, but it's backwards. Okay, so that can be done fairly easily. So the important part is I'm going to need room for 3 of these to be getting serviced by these things. So this one is going to be serviced by that. That's the maximum nudge distance. It's about halfway with the game, which is what I wanted, is that I wanted to be able to get through the game. Alright, so. Yeah, you're gonna need something like that, and then you're gonna need something like that. What are you attached to, son? Why are you unhappy? Why are you unhappy? What about that are you unhappy about? But now you're fine. Now we're okay. What was I pointing out? What was I pointing out before that was unhappy about that? Whatever. Anyway, that's that taken care of. You're a little jank, but you're a straight kind of jank, so we'll dig it. And that just leaves a repetition of that. So we're taking the bottom lever to the right. Chamber, and then the top layer to the top chamber. Yep. Yeah, it clips a little bit, but I'm going to call that fine. And then, one more. One in there. cannot find my H key. Yep. Good, good, good. Alright, first 3 foundries set up. Holy hallelujah. Alright, where is your connector joints? Connector joints are right here. So I want the plug on this side, roundabouts here. Okay, I see. So if I'm going to be using these, then they've got to be at about that height. So roughly level with the upper half of the conveyor belt holes. That will help me with placing it on this side as well. Aw. Okay, well, at least I did that one over there, right? I mean, it's jank, but what am I going to do about it? I guess that'll work. Now, I do want this to be the roof of the factory. That's because I've got the main power pole up there. I could move it up, but that would take some doing, so I don't want to do that. Oh. Time to shift in the chair. Okay, I have not connected you. You'll be the last one I put in, so let me go ahead and sling all these through. Alright, good, good. Now, we have just one problem. You are definitely going to be doing some clipping. I can move you, though. Like, I've got room to adjust you, at least a little bit. And your friends are also going to have issues with clipping. But, again, I can take both of these and I can move them out a little ways. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. as I like the straight belts, we're going to take you in direct. Because then that gives room for your buds to have some space to put their vertical belts down. Yeah, that's probably still clipping a little bit in the corner there. Yeah, a little bit, but enough that I don't care. And then you've got space for all of yours. Yep. Alright, next set. Here we go. Not quite what I'm looking for, thank you. Got room for that? No. Almost. Okay, that puts them roughly in line with each other. The nice part about how I've set this up is that when I remove those, I just drop them to be level with each other. Yep, those are all still where they need to be. Get rid of that. Yep, once again, this is an easy fix. It's just run it by default. No more straight. Technically still colliding, but not enough that I need to care. Now, the reason I did this is because I can run it something like this, I believe. Nope, one layer down, like so. Yeah. That out of the way, and run you in here. Yeah, yeah. And run you up, like so. Stop. Now I'm really leaning into the run default belts here. Alright, so bottom belts go into the right now. Let's see if I can keep this rolling. 3 more right here. Based on what I'm seeing, I need to run that around the corner here. Yep, we're gonna gonna have to move these guys off a little bit as well. They're not playing nice with these boys. Yeah, it's not right. Ah, come to think of it. Yeah, I can start setting these up. Okay. So I'm thinking you guys are gonna have to run over here-ish to play around. Let me just run something like that, yeah? No. At least while we're up here, we run straight. Now, next is you. We're gonna need you to go somewhere else as well, because there ain't no room over there. Why don't you want to line up with that? Well, I mean, you are lined up now, so I free-handed that. No thanks to the game. A little clipping, but we'll call it good enough. Plus, if I desperately need to, I can just default that, so... Nope, didn't change my setting. There we go. And now she's happy. Or at least she looks happy, so that's good enough for me. You're just a clone from... I can't find the floor anymore. There we go. Alright. Yep. And then once again, just bring it down like that. The nice part about this is, while all three of these more or less being faced in on each other is kind of a nuisance, I don't think it'll be all that much of a problem to find the logistics for one belt each, feeding them. What do you say? We gonna run 3 more this way? I think why not? Now then, having done that, any reason why I shouldn't change the name of the game a little bit. Boy can come in and do an Esser. That, I'm thinking. You should be straight. Yep, so at least I've got that right. Tethered to. Alright, and then we're going for the right belt each time. Plenty of space. Alright. Then you come up. I'll tell you here you are. What are you unhappy about? Nothing that I can see that I care about. Alright, 3 more. Lined up. Alright, good. That runs well enough. Alright. Behold, 9 foundries. And now, 3 more. That's not right. So yeah, I could just bring that over here and then keep it running straight, but I don't know. Like I like the original idea of like having my last 3 like this, so that the inputs are all facing the same direction. But running the output around is kind of a nuisance. I don't think I want to do that. Now I do need to run some copper wire through this MacGuffin, so let me go give a gander to that real quick. Okay, I see. I would have to detach the belt, but then I could do some splitting. So of my 240, 120 of it is yanked for this. That I'll leave there so that I know that I've roughly decommissioned that. Oh. Ooh. Talk about overflowing your inventory. Don't do that. The one and only screwbox is no longer in service. You want wires? I have you begging for wires over there. I like this plan better. Get that out of the way. That's cleaner. So once that's 120, it's dumping 60 in for both sides. Now I just need steel pipes at a rate of 20. So what are you pulling, champion? You're coming off a splitter. Okay. Okay, I'm producing no steel pipes currently, because I am waiting to be able to make them out of iron. Which means that these don't actually have to be here. And it doesn't matter how many of these I have, I should just get them set up currently so that they can be running. Novelisks don't care about that. That will basically always be backed up. So this is effectively just a double split. So let's say it's running 15, 15. So it's already taken 30, so whatever's left we want it to service that. So 30 and 40 would be 70. There's nothing that services like that, so we're going to have to round it up. It's going to have to be instead... Oh, how about you don't do that? Yeah. 10 and 30. 10 and 30. 20, on the other hand, I think I can manage off of a 30. Whatever. Split the belt. Worry about it later. I think that's right. Yep, that looks right. Right, good, go. Looking good. Start crafting me some more rotors, I guess. Oh, I see. When I changed the recipe on this one, because it was the old recipe still, it dumped the 100 rotors it already had made into my inventory. Now it's running. That's fine. Okay, so now that's taken care of. No more screws anywhere in my factory. Or it will be that way once I do just a little bit more with wherever it's at. I don't know where. There's a recipe around here that I don't think I've fully implemented into both of its machines. Here it is. Yep, the copper wires that I needed for the plates to be getting crafted. I'm not overclocking you guys in any capacity, but you are still desperate, consuming 120, half of all my damn production, just for yourselves. Feed. And then steel. Dump. Construct. Dump. That's backwards. There we go. Resort that. Always decorative. Alright, so that results in 120 and 120. So you come down, you get split, you make 120 servicing these. But cables, on the other hand, don't actually end up being all that necessary on the regular. Yeah, I'm gonna need an industrial for this. No, oh God, please don't. No, nope, don't connect that yet. Fill it first. I encourage the damn thing to oh, I actually had something. I forgot that something really was pulling copper cables wired for things and things. I think it's for the automated wiring, yeah? Anyway, I guess I'll have to figure that out in a hot second. It's a little daffy, but I suppose it do work. It'll serve for the time being. I want to get back to what else I was working on. Get that foundry up and running. Anyway, so, both of you are only getting 2/3 of what you want. Because if this is 120 being split 3 ways, then it's a 40. And then that leaves 40 of you going out this way. Which is exactly the correct amount, now that I don't have it being overclocked. And where's this wire coming from? Woo! Okay, that is overflowing. So, how about we take this wire and here, and it's happy. I need that, I think. Yeah. No. Almost. Okay, that'll do. Can I catch that? What did I just do? Okay, whatever. Oh, of course the conveyor belt is too long. Like. Yeah, nope. Not gonna do that. Alright, pass through. Into you. Success! So that's 120 coming out to feed a 40. So I could put a third split off of that going to something else. What is in the vicinity that I could do that? One of you boys downstairs is probably still hungering, yeah? Where's my spotter belt? Spotter belt found! How much do you want to eat, sir? You want to eat 37.5. We're going to call that 40. So you'd be very happy to have that splitter I've got. Get their leftovers. Wouldn't ya? Which means I would kind of want this to go the other direction. I want you to be consuming the back belt. You mean you don't like it anymore? Almost. Alright, so you're both pulling 40. And then you guys are pulling 37.5. So that will be more than good enough for you. You only need one other thing to be supplying you. On your friend. Don't right know where I'm going to get that from, but at least now that's 40 going out. It's being well served. So if I've got you as a 120, and you're doing your runaround things, I'm splitting you to serve 30s. So you're overstocking that by a good margin. Oh, I need to pull fuel again. Thank you. So I could split you and run both of these off of that split and have 30 left over. Yeah? No, 60 left over, which is more than enough to serve my boy wherever he's at. Right here. Oh, that could work out really great. Okay, so this splitter is going to produce 2 lines of 60, only one of which is required to service both of these. Will you be happy? I guess, but I can make that look prettier by doing this, I think. Yeah, that kind of avoids this massive plow-through belt. Alright, that 60 is now servicing both of these 30s. You should both be happy with that. Then I only need to get that other 60 to where are you going, boy? Right here? Yeah, right here. I don't suppose I'd be so fortunate. Oh, it's not lined up, but it should. Yeah, it'll tell it. Alright, and then 60 is going in there. Nope, didn't need that. Nope, didn't need that either. Stop doing that. That's overkill. But it's overkill in a format that would be very obtuse in order to properly split all over again. So I'm going to call that a happy day good enough. Wow, I wonder how I managed to get some iron plating emptied out. Come to think of it. Now it doesn't seem like too bad a time. Let's get you some industrial storage. Wrong, right? Yeah, you need enough room that I can do this. You buffered into it, into this, but you're not putting it into that, which pisses me off, but what are you gonna do? true. I have 2 inputs anyway. I suppose I don't need to struggle around that merger nonsense. Can I get you to maybe, like, play nice with the alignments? Am I losing my mind, or are these not lining up? I'm not losing my mind. They are, in fact, not lining up. Okay, I know it's wrong. You're being a dick. There we go. Good enough. Huh. Did that actually fucking tether? I'm going to be so happy if that actually connected. Yeah, it keeps going down whenever I grab some. Okay. Okay, so that's why those have different inputs. It's because they are, in fact, for different machines. Go figure. That's for a different machine entirely. So this is actually these two go into these two. Alright, you know, yep, that's better. I can even make it cleaner. Look at that. So yeah, that was because of the zigzagging that I was doing before. I had to run a bit of compensation. Let's see, where can I fit? Nope, nothing like that. Oh, is this not? Yep. I'm doing it backwards. The correct direction is, in fact, that way. Alright. I still have a shitload of those belts in my inventory now. Plates, not belts. They are the plates in which I had used to make all of my belts. But now they are just plates. Anyway, you're getting there. If I did a cheeky... We'll leave it on. Alright, let's get back upstairs. All the way. That's great stuff. Anyway, where is that ladder? I commissioned a ladder at some point, didn't I? I swear I made a ladder. I might be thinking of a different miner somewhere. What y'all doing? Making iron rods? Okay. Apparently not a lot of them. Going up. Going up. Okay. I'm writing that. That is the correct height, so I'm just going to leave that there as a placeholder for later. Alright. So this is where the irons are going to be coming in here. And then this is going to be the last foundry set. Alright, we're bringing the long line down. We're bringing the long line down. Let's go. Where's my pilot floor? There it is. As far as she reaches. I just noticed that whatever. Not enough range. So, of these, this is the only one that's coming in at its own level. These two could be brought down and fed in. Okay, back on the phone. these could be fed in here. Yeah? Yeah. Yep, that's the correct level and everything, I'm pretty sure. Yep, snaps and tethers and every other good bit. So, that means I'm doing this over again. Oh boy. I don't suppose you'd be so kind as to... Nope. Alright, I've had about enough of this. Give me a floor, damn it. Alright, that'll do. Please. Give me the pole. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I need it to be pulling. I simply make it pull. There we go. Okay. And then we do it again. Oh, no, I'm doing it wrong. Am I? No, yeah, I'm doing it wrong. Let me just get this out of the way. Okay. Okay, that's why there was problems. Yeah. Now that I'm here, though. If I could just get some stable footing, that would be so wonderful. We take those. You know, I don't know if that's working or not, but it looks like I can just pull a belt through it anyway, so I don't care. What do you mean? Yay, not upside down. Woo. Are you sure about that? Okay, so it can be a little fiddly, but sometimes it's just false positives. Gotcha. Alright, first and foremost, let's tether up. The one, the only. The not too complicated. Up next. Yeah, won't be long enough if I do that, eh? Let's see. I need belt line. What do you mean? Why are you jiggling like that? Thank you. Damn thing. guess I just have to select the thing myself. Or, let's walk my happy ass over here, line it up, and then find the spot where it is not too long. And connected it. Beautiful. Punched all of you through the floor, right? Yeah. Ran out of juice. Nope. Gotta make sure it knows what I'm thinking. Fine, I guess. How am I still... Okay, thank you. Jumped off a belt to land on another belt. Please. Ugh, still not long enough. Is this long enough? This is not straight. Do that. The iron flows. Alrighty, what are you? You are a box full of iron ingots. You don't have a recipe. Alright, now, in theory, assuming I have done all of this correctly, all I have to do now is plug in the copper, and this should work. 120. 60s. 60 gets divided by 2. That's only 30. Oh dear. 60 gets divided into 30. It's divided into 3. It's divided into 3. Okay, I'm just missing a step is all. So 60 gets divided into 2. These are 30s. Okay, they're being split. They're just being split way outside my line of sight. Alright, the math at least is okay. Let it flow. Let it flow! Yes! 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 It's going according to plan. Look at it. It's beautiful. How come you're not getting anything? Why aren't you being filled? Why aren't you being filled? Why aren't you being filled? No, don't do this to me. Yes, I attached all of these off of the foundry itself. So why aren't you being filled? Oh, power, 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 power. I'm stupid. About to have a panic attack. I'm just stupid. I didn't plug the last 3 in. That's all. I'm just a special kind of dumb. Okay, so this is the midpoint. And we will then tether you here. And here. And here. And here. And hey, what do you know? They're accepting. Okay, thank God. Oh, thank fracking God. I was about to have a fit. Alright, now I just gotta coordinate fucking 75 output. But if my math was correct, and I'm gonna double check it just to be sure, a single belt should serve all 3 of them. Yeah? 270 goes up to 225. That'll work. I won't be able to fit a 4th one on there, but 3 will go on 1. Which means a single merger for all of my loves are going in. Now, how am I gonna aim it? At least for this one, I'm thinking a side aim. And push you out. That's a splitter. That's not going to do my job for me. Good enough. Alright, this belt cannot serve anything else. It's got to go straight to a storage. So, how am I going to coordinate that? That's not lined up with any kind of... No, it is not. So I'm just going to have to bring that in and around. It's going to have to bend before the wall. What are you so convinced you're colliding with? Nothing as long as I'm in the air. Depending on which way I point it. Suddenly thinks it's colliding with things. Whatever. Alright, but I've got other mergers to handle. I disassembled the sinks. I disassembled the sinks. well, you look at that. It didn't collide with anything. Okay. Alright, that should do it. So, that's a lot of fucking iron. Let me get it figured out. I got 12 of these suckers going now? That was the idea, but make sure. So there's 3, 6, 9, 12. Yep. And 12. And 75 is 900. Fat ass boss. So this is a bit of a bottleneck. It's got 2 inputs, but 1 output. It's funneling it into this, adding more, then trying to funnel it again. But on the plus side, it's putting in 225s, but each time I pull, it's pulling 270, so it's not perfect, but it's not as bad as it could be. Alright. I got 900 input total. There's a lot I can do with that. What is it gonna be? I don't fucking know. Jesus. Okay, iron to location. Where is it gonna be? Alright, where is the power line? Power line is right there, so you go bye-bye. And you go bye-bye. There will be no roof on this floor, but there will be foundations for power outlets, which I can use my fancy new half foundation to help establish the logic of. Okay, half foundations are a little fiddly. Okay, so what is the logic here? Which... Right, the half C is correct the way I had it. Alright, that makes it very obvious that this is here just to run the power. No roofing allowed. Alright, now then, ooh, I know something I can immediately put to work. Alright. Where was that recipe again? Like, the not so steel pipe. 100 iron per. So, I have actually got a neat little thing I can do with this. Because these are stacking up on each other, each of these, this one right here is receiving a 225 times 2, 450 input. Which means that I will pull the whole 270 that this belt can handle when I yank it right out of that hole. Which means I can grab a crafter well, that's not going to help me none. Oh, and that's going to be offset. I didn't think about that. Okay. Another consideration for the half foundation. Try to build off of it, your shit's going to be off by a half. I'll try to keep that in mind. Alright, I'm just gonna need thank you. That's about as far as this straight boy can go. That'll do. Anyway, that'll do. Now, get me constructor. And then splitter is going to be the important part, so we'll go ahead and line that up. There we go. Now we're cooking. Alright, now we get the constructors. And we run them on that iron recipe. Yes, sir. How you know? These ones all have both of their corners occupied. But the rest of you may not necessarily have anything to say the same. Whoopsie. Alright, that also helps me spot where my power lines are. Alright, you squeeze out. Don't even need to bother. How much of those do I need? Making 50 now. You would be pulling 15. You would be pulling a total of 30. You're not relevant. sir. Now I know where the hole goes. So that's 16. So let's say 15 per when I divide by 3. Which means you would want 2 of its belts to yourself for your crafts of your statters. And then the third one, which is going to both of these. I want 10 per. The math's not my thing. Make 2 more. It's just the wonder of having surplus. I could just make 2 more crafters. A single crafter would be enough to run both of these plus surplus. So so you're going to run through problems here with my other machines that are already occupying the roof, so we're going to make you go this way instead. And then your buddy over here gonna come up with you. He's over here. And he's gonna run through some machine issues, so how about we put splitter only attaches to the ends, you say? So you can successfully go all the way up, but he can't. Put you there. Not correct. I need you to come from here. Yep, that's right. Alright, a little noodly, but it will do the job. Now I just need to feed a single machine's output into these boys. I'm not putting those back in the box, so... So, to reiterate, I am making 50, I'm making 50. If I split it, I can split it again, and that split will serve both of these machines. There we go. Come down and you split. And that split will fully serve both of you till Timbuktu comes back again. Well, assuming that you're getting sufficient wires. I don't remember if I am capable of providing you with sufficient wires. But you have enough pipes now, that's for sure. Now, where else did I need these pipings? Yeah, that looks so cursed. Put that back. There. Now it's visually obvious that that's a step down. Okay, you're an output, which means you are no longer required. You're daft. What? Why? What? What? Why? Like, whatever. Both of you are going to take 15 per, so you need a 30. So 25 ain't quite enough, but it'll do the job. Let's just make that visually obvious that I need to supply that again later. Then you can do whatever you want. I don't care. You, however, are coming with me to the Stratosphere. Huh. Guess maybe I shouldn't have taken that down. What? Why won't you snap to that? That better work. Alright, good. It's connected. How many service by? Yeah, so 225 is going in there twice, so 450. But my maximum belt capacity is only 275, so even if I overclock this to double time, I still wouldn't be able to serve it without hitting up another box. Anyway, since it's called steel pipe, we'll name it steel pipe, but very clearly making it out of iron. Anyway, hold up. That snapped to something just now? Ah, well, the ceiling, but guess that'll have to do. Well, that's all the farther it'll stretch. That's daft. Why are your poles so short, son? Oh well. I don't like it occupying my foot space, but whatever. Okay. So not quite enough for you. And yeah, that's not accounting for the fact that you're not overclocked anymore. Alright, now I just gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with you boys. Hope that's the right height. Damn it. Oh, right, that's an output hole. Whoopsie! Okay, but that pipe, that belt is obviously not at the right height. Alright, that simplifies things. I'm just aiming for this sucker here. That's the right height, but drat. Ah. That's not correct. Don't do that. Okay. Where is the MacGuffin? Here is the MacGuffin. Goddamn. If I was a smart man, I would pay attention to where the actual pole wants to be, and then put it there, even after I screw up and can't cancel the wrong placement. It's all temporary anyway, so who gives a shit? Connect, deliver, get the job done. Give me one stack. And then the rest of that will come in, empty out of that chest on the ground floor, and I will no longer have to worry about steel pipes on my steel production line. Funny how that works. Quick. Okay. I should be so lucky. Not a chance. We both want 15, not 10, so I don't think I want to take a spare off your line. So instead, yeah. You only need 10, so I've split you in half. The novelisks don't run all that often anyway. Actually, in that case, the case in which the novelists don't run all that often anyway, the smarter thing to do would be to run it directly off the box line. Yeah, because you're already splitting twice anyway, so if I put another pipe on you that just runs the novelist line and then is perpetually assumed to be overfilled, should be fine, right? Probably, maybe. I don't know. Hold that thought. Don't break it. Now break it. Oh, we got overflow? Ah, we have overflow because I am stupid and I forgot to clean up my inventory before I started working. Better. Well, so much for that. Well, there's not a lot of room or options here, is there? I guess that'll be our only course of action. Well, where's my alignment? Fortunately, that works out over here anyway. Well, up to a point it does anyway. There's only so much ceiling once you constantly are using it. Oh, we're in the hub area now. So we're going to take a sharp right based on the hub area. And we're going to step it up. Will this work? Yes, yes it will. Huh. Well, shite. Yeah, I can't do anything about that because the hub's over there and this thing's in the way here. Oh well, good enough. Strictly speaking, I never need more any more, like I don't need a single extra obelisk more than what can fit in my dimensional pocket. That being the case, observe that there is no ladder on this side of the machine. Therefore, this is where I put the dimensional storage. But I will also remember the dimensional storage input is fucking weird. Yeah, it sticks out a bunch. Don't like it. Why is the damn entrance on this thing gotta be so weird? Do I not have nobelisks in my... Well, would you look at that? I wouldn't have thought. Well, that explains why I ended up turning the crafter on for a hot minute. Ah. I was pulling it from the wrong side anyway. Alright, now nobelisks are directly inputted into my inventory via dimensional storage. And eventually, once that empties out, I can probably pull in and craft gas nobelisks and then dimensional storage them as well. Well, no, because then once one of these comes up. Oh, speaking of, do I have any other dismantle boxes laying around? No? Alright, cool. I've been doing a good job then. Yeah, because once this clogs up with one of the kinds, if I still needed the other kind, it wouldn't just magically swap them through. There's no double slot here for feeding. Best to have them individually fed. Ah, that's why you're still crafting. You're filling your own internal buffer. Understood. Angled MacGyvers because of splitters running on slightly off dimensions. So it would probably be better to align it with this. Oh, why does that look funky? Like it's off by 1 degree. Probably because it is. I am coming to discover that these things don't... Yeah, look at that weird-ass snap. Every time I press control, it does this weird little jiggle thing. That at least makes sense. It's trying to snap to something it sees down the line. This, I would imagine. Or these. Whatever. Yeah. So, I am now using precisely 200 out of my 900 iron craft. What else? What? Not recipes, crafts. What? So, eventually, I could actually do a funny little inversion because I can make a better iron rod recipe out of steel at a massive, like just triple output rate, +3. Triple and +3. Per, what was it, 12 steel ingots? Why the fuck did I memorize that? But I did. Anyway, 12 steel ingots into 48 iron rods. Go figure. But that would then mean I've inverted my craft such that I am now crafting steel pipes with iron and iron rods with steel, which is hilarious and somehow more efficient. Go figure. Anyway, that appears to be the only other things that I've got going for me is that. Unless I want to, like, jam a shitload of it into iron plates. But I don't think I have all that much iron plate demand. Things that are using iron plates. No. Yes. But not like that. No. No. Yes. Okay, so you would love to consume 18.75 plus copper inputs to make those at a marginally increased pace. I suppose if I'm not using the benefit of being able to filter copper in to increase its pace by scaling it up with a bunch of machines, there was no reason not to switch it over, because now I've got screws being made and dumped into a box that is already full, that has no purpose. So what can I do with screws? Plates, tools, rotors, but I've already replaced that recipe. Alternate plates that I've also already replaced. The rifle, which I only need one of, and that. So, out of this time, I don't need screws anymore. I have fully cycled out their recipe thanks to alternates. Yep. Yeah, I've just 100% replaced. Copper is better. Copper is better than screws. Later. Oh, those are the legs I have on. Okay. You know, the 900 thing is actually a fantastic time to make use of this bulk craft recipe. Yeah, because you needed some stupid 250 per, and screws were my bottleneck for the longest time. So using this recipe, I can put out reinforced plates way faster, 3 times faster as a matter of fact, than if I used the copper recipe. But the things that use that are tool, that, which is relevant, but only consumes 3 per yet. That's elevator project, and then which I can't even do anything with yet because that's a triple craft recipe. So the only thing of relevance is modular frames and kind of smart plating. So I only need 3 per. If I wanted to double it up, I would have 10 to 6, so I guarantee I can handle that on my own. Now, mind you, I've seen at least 2 more tiers of modular frames. So I'm definitely going to want to pay attention to scaling up modular frame production, because I assume that those next 2 tiers are either going to be a splitting tree. It's like you make modular frames plus X over here, and then you make modular frames plus Y over there to make those 2 different recipes. Or you make modular frame plus X, and then you make that plus Y to make the third one. So depending on which way it goes, I would either need a doubled or a tripled output in order to successfully push that through at a reasonable pace that doesn't involve me sitting around for real-time hours waiting for machines to produce shit. But I'll have to wait and see when I actually can craft those recipes instead of just finding them on wrecks in the world. In places that I obviously wasn't supposed to be in yet. But how lethal they expected it to be that they had that kind of loot just laying around. I managed to skip at least one MAM recipe with the rubber I found, I believe. And then picked up this rifle. Well before I can do. Well, not well before, because like I have access to oil and stuff now. I've just been twiddling my thumbs in my base, optimizing shit instead of actually going out and getting it set up. Alright, having said that, I think that makes for a good point to actually go do that now. What? What is your story? Did I just not take you apart? Oh, did I not have room to fit you in yet? Well, I definitely don't anymore. Yikes. Yeah, you're not connected to anything. So, you're just here now, I guess. What am I going to do about that? Oh, I know what I'm going to do about that. I'm going to sink it. You, power that. You. Suck. Why not? This is just the format for how my base is made. I'm a little leery of leaving stuff like that out because I will probably think that there's important stuff underneath it, or like, especially since there's two right here like this, I'll end up concluding that I've got a miner underneath it or something. The miner is actually, yeah. Theoretical problem solved. One of those. Yep, going down. Going down. Going down. Alright, I'm up. Decorative, but functional. Looks like it's actually using the walls, but it's not. That looks centered, I think. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, about those things. Alright, so that's got the motors in dimensional storage currently. Oh, speaking of, since I picked up that extra Mercer sphere, not you. You? No. Not you. You're not emptying very fast, are you? I suppose that's because you're competing with the actual crafting. Anyway, is it on the ground floor? I guess it's on the ground floor. This is what I was looking for. The one that's got a crafter right next to a chest. Yep. Here she goes. Alright, that takes care of that part. And will also be useful if I ever actually build the Explorer. Alright. Steel, concrete, rebar. Cabling. I got plenty of that for sure. And if I want to do the work over there, the refinery is right there. I have the stuff for both. Oh, too much spinning. For as much as I liked you guys when I started this game, I am dangerously close to a genocide of your butts. Get out of my factories! How'd you get in here? I'm putting up walls and shit to boot. Whatever. Okay, oil is way out that fucking way. So we're gonna be taking that line. On the ground? Okay, I'm on the ground. Sometimes the clunk when my feet land doesn't quite get all the way through. Alright, I will be right back. As always, when walking away, save game in case of emergencies. I'm going to go to the bathroom and probably grab a bite to eat real quick. Alright. Fed, hydrated, ready to roll. You know, despite the fact that it has never worked, I keep pressing 4 to try and pull out my tether. One of these days, I'll get the right thing. Roughly the right direction. Corey's over there. Someone back there wanted to pick a fight. Hey, can you get a ticket and wait in line? Okay, that's where I'm feeding copper wire in. There we are. Okay, that's better. Okay, going this way. And it is feeding iron rods in. Feeding iron rods in. Yep, so this is just a little outpost that smelts iron and this must be... Yep. This is a feed through, which is why I didn't divide it directly into 15s. Get out of here! What are you doing? That's right, you get the fuck out. Dude. Hope these gates are enough to keep the damn things out. Could have sworn I had gates on here, but maybe I was thinking of a different outpost. I was making these things over here. I just was also dimensional storaging them. Another one? Are you shitting on me? Ah! Get out of here! How the fuck did you get in here? Okay. That better be enough to keep the bastards out. What? Why? What? Oh, what the fuck? I was like, where the hell did my object scanner go? Why are there nuts in my head? Anyway. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to check and see what kind of throughput this is actually running on. Me and my buffer boxes, I swear. Yeah, this is running on iron. It demands 100. It is receiving... merger. Splitter. Merger. Wow, this is complicated. Those are going to be 30 each, right? Yeah. That's 120 coming in. Getting split into 60, which is running in there. Okay, so I remember. I used most of the development to get exactly 100 in each of those, using variations in 2 and 3 splits. And then the leftovers get brought up and reprocessed into iron rods, which was a relatively cheap and easy thing to set up because they only pull 10 on the recipe. So I did leave that marker for the cave. And somewhere on the upper cliffs, there was the bug I saw. The power slug. There he is. No, that's the one that I originally spotted. And then these are some spares that I can pick up while I'm at it. Sure I've got my equipment on hand. I wonder if I got 2 detonators, could I keep one on gas novelisks and one on regulars? Possible. Bye tree. No more gas. Mark was a little off the mark, but it's okay. It got the job done. It brought me back. Oh, that's trippy. It's like after images when I'm turning with this fast enough. Anyway, it looks like the cave I'm looking for is down there. Jetpack may not be very amazing for straight vertical, but it sure does do horizontal pretty great. Ouchie. No more baddie. Now, that sound just a second ago was curiously rock breaking. Like, I don't see anything underneath, so maybe it triggered on something else. I am, however, fairly close to where I thought that mark, the stamp, should be pretty accurate, I'm thinking, because I'm pretty sure I stood right in front of the wall and then put it down, so... I may have already opened it, whatever it was. At the very least, it sounded like I broke some kind of rocks. I'm thinking whatever's behind it, it's probably a Mercy Sphere. Oh. Oh. They camo in here pretty well. Really wish I could make this. Oh, I can. Great. There it is. Oh, bacon. Alright, it comes apart in pieces. Aha, I knew it. Suck it, bitch. I knew something was gonna come out of that fucking cave. I specifically backed off while the rocks were still in the way, blocking vision and shit. Just so I could be nice and safe and sure. The fuck are you? Really? Just a random copper node? Why? I'm gonna take it just to get it out of the way. This shit doesn't respond. So whatever your purpose is, it is fulfilled now. I guess that's it. It's just sealed in a little mini boss and a Mercy Sphere. What was the angy noise? I swear there was an angy noise. Oh, that's right. I might be stuck in walls. They can glitch into terrain. Better get out of here before I get slapped through a wall. To gas mask, so I'm not in any risk of gas mask problems. Alright, well, that cave is now taken care of. And I found out that I can, in fact, put the stamps on my hotbar. Or my compass, I mean. Yeah. Can't slide off this. Not like this, anyway. Gotcha. Takes 3, either that or 2, and I missed one. That's a little boy. He was not as close as I thought. Sure, just to get it out of the way. I'm sure it'll block something when I'm building around here later. Birdie! Okay, whatever. Pure node first. That's in the cave, and I didn't build anything, so stuff's probably gonna have a respawn. Specifically, those spiders. Oh, or you could do that right fucking in front of me. Alright, dead. You got one for each of these, or what? No? We're good? We're clear? Well, just in case. Alright, let's find out what this is like. First ever extractors. No, I don't need it on a to-do list. Pure node. Pure node. Okay, so they're both pure nodes. Ended up in different elevations, but how badly did they end up in different elevations? Okay, cool. So they ended up at exactly 1 meter differential. I can work with that. Most importantly, though, a extractor on a pure node will pump out 240 per. What's my pipe throughput again? 300. I can only move one per pipe. That's gonna be a thing and a half. Alright, but let's get a refinery down and find out what we're working with. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Refinery. So that's if I want the heavy oil directly. So I think my first residue is just going to be okay. Oh, I see. You could do on-the-spot coal crafting so that you only need sulfur to make smokeless powder. You can do it on the oil location. Gotcha. Now we're gonna need more space than that. Random chunk of limestone. Okay. I haven't started crafting yet, so get you all out of the way, and then realign this to the lower one. You'll only take 30. Okay. You'll take 30 as well. And you'll take 60. Okay, so fuel is the largest consumer of it. Then 60 of whatever's leftovers. 10 per each of these. 20 per each of these. Okay. So 30 polymer. Can be used with a little bit of water to make some extras. But I also have that consumes 37 and a half, makes 22.5. You pull 75. Add coal, make 54 per. Okay. Compact coal and heavy oil residue. Make turbo fuel. I don't know how to make turbo fuel yet, so I don't know how good or bad that is. Yeah, I don't know squat about it, so I can't check it against anything. I did have recipes for alternative uses of resin. So get it from processing fuel, and I could directly get some more out of processing heavy oil directly from the crude oil. I was incorrect. I just remembered. It's actually a researchable recipe. And I'm done. Let me check in. Yeah, I can use it to make fabric once I have enough of it, plus the fabric that I already have. So that's important. Add that to the to-do list because I just said it's important. Okay. Don't pin that. Ah, jeez. So that's just always going to be in there now. Ah. Can I make you not show these things? Well, if it puts it at the bottom of the list, I guess maybe I should leave the pin in. Likewise, let's unpin you. Put you at the top of the list. Same for you, and you, and you, and you. And you at the bottom. Put you at the top. You at the bottom. Put you at the top. Alright, so in hindsight, this is pinned. This is not pinned. And survey says that I'm pretty sure I'm never going to be able to get them out of the list entirely now that I've accidentally put them into the dimensional storage. Alright, so 60, 30, 30. Wait. 30, yeah, that wasn't 20, that was 30. If I wanted to, 30. So I get leftover oil from both of these in increments of 10 and increments of 20, consumed in 60s, or directly consume oil, makes resin, and process that resin to make other stuff instead. So I've got a grand total of 240, twice is 480. How do I want to break that up? Because I need all of these things, obviously. So since, first of all, definitely going to want some fuel. So 60 of that going straight into fuel. And probably wouldn't be a bad idea to double up on that. That way I can put one in something else, and then one in dimensional storage. So you make plastic really slowly at only 20 per. Same for rubber, so if I wanted to at least get a decent, like, single Mark 1 belt's worth of it going, I should probably have it 3 per. Yeah. So we're really going for 3 per on each of those. So that's going to mean 60 oil running out and 30. So that's 90 oil heavy. Which is not quite enough to do that twice. Which of these am I going to be consuming more of? Complex. Smokeless powder. Uses plastics, I'm pretty sure. I don't really have a good assessment on that's important. You're gonna want 10 per when I consume you. I should keep in mind that I definitely want some of that heavy oil to be reprocessed down for gunpowder. Okay, good, it's actually in here. I just wasn't paying attention to it. So if I broke this down instead, because like normally you wouldn't have two of these right on top of each other, I don't think. So if I instead broke it down into one producer per flavor, I could run 8 of them on this. And then not enough to do it that way, at least. Oh god, I hadn't really paid attention to that. It is a long boy when you're not looking at it from the fucking back. Okay, gotcha. This is gonna be complicated. Anyway, rubber, also 30, so 8 per. After which, let's see, if I wanted to squeeze some fuel out of both of them, a 60 off the top. So a single craft of fuel would take 2 refineries of the other materials off the top. And in exchange, very awkward when slowly, you could refine those from the resins. I'm doing 6 per. That's 60 from this plastics, and 120 from the rubbers, which then works out into a pretty clean oil rate. Yeah, because I could then divide by 3 to make that into more fuel. Or I could take at least 2/3 of it, or 1/3 of it, like any increment of 60, and make a shitload of smokeless powder. If I can pipe it back to my base somehow. spit. There we go. Alright, so, new problem discovered. Jesus fucking Christ. Where am I gonna fit even 6 of these? Because, like, it's gonna be 7 per. It's like hot fucking yikes. Gonna come up eventually. Just get it out of the way now. There's a lot of limestone in this damn thing. Okay, good. Gone. Problem solved. Not quite lined up, but that's about as good as it's gonna get. And then I don't know how many of those I'd be able to fit that way because I'm immediately sticking it in the wall. Now there's room to put a few of them facing this way out here, but I'm thinking I'm going to head towards the open air instead. Ah, but I remember why it said the pipes are just a storage of their own. They have a capacity of 300, but they will pool all together into a pipe. So how can I use that to my advantage? First and foremost, I turn it around and run it this way. Now I've got some room. You dick. Why? Why does it just point at the ground like that? Okay, but I can, in fact, attach these however and wherever I want. So I don't have to worry about wrapping it a bit. So then it just comes down to how much space I got. dig. Hello, we don't dig. Oh, excuse you, bitch. Alright. Mission gained. We gonna claim that upper area. Good, it is a tree. Of a sort. Yep, if it's a rock, it's a bye-bye. Reload. Okay, so I can't cut that. Even though it does look like the kind of thing I could. I mean, I can, but it doesn't seem like a good idea. That's right, bitch. I own this cave now. So, my tactics are twofold. On the one hand, I don't know if me placing flooring and architecture and such 100% prevents spawns, because those bounce boys have been in my base a little too often for me to just think they've casually strolled in without at least considering that maybe when my base is not loaded in as part of the terrain, it doesn't prevent things from walking through stuff. So, like, they're walking through an area in a pre-programmed manner, and my base isn't loaded in, so it doesn't stop them from walking into an area that they otherwise would be blocked by terrain. Well, not terrain, my terrain, handmade terrain, crafted terrain. It's like, so if I've got, like, say, walls in the way of something, but they're not loaded in, maybe also not loaded in, but programmed to simulate walking, dude, bouncy boy, can probably just stroll into my base. So whether it's that or just building doesn't prevent spawns, either one, I'm taking account of that. And I saw that thing spawn in right fucking here, so I'm going to seal his ass in. Now, normally I don't bother with gates. But today is a day for gates. Why is it snapping like that? Weird. No, not a foundation. No, not a foundation. No, not a foundation. Automated gate, yes. Automated gates are kind of funny, it looks like. Huh. Interesting. Can I just replace stuff with that? Alright, well, that's a sealed cage if ever there was one. Not gonna be able to actually get access to both of those. So here, coincidentally, at the limit of the nudge is also the limit of where I can actually pull a pipe in and out. Because I imagine that when one production is full, so like if I'm not cleaning out the heavy oil residue, and it caps out, then it will full stop all of the other crafts. It's like it will stop making rubber because it doesn't have room for the oil anymore, kind of thing. So that's all the further I can take this one, because otherwise there's just not enough room for the outputs. Ah. Unfortunate. Yeah, I choose to be bothered by that. Alright, that's enough space though. So let's get these cleaned out and then go double check. Yeah, that's good enough. So ignoring that, consumption is at a rate of 60 and 10. And each of these will produce 20 per. Oh, oh, I fully did not expect to be able to get through that. Well, I guess it's functional. It will do work. Sure. Is that too much space? Yeah, it is. That's better. Oh, there's just barely enough room for it. Yeah. Like, I'm obviously not getting a T-junction on that one. But I can make do. I can make do. Yeah, I can make that magic happen. Cursed, blasted, thank you. At any rate. Alright, now then. That's 6. Gotta figure out what we're doing after that. So, if we're doing that, that's 180, which, once again, as my plan originally was, leaves off room for me to run a refinery of just fuel. Well, if the only thing it needs to take in is crude oil, it works. But, she do be a little cursed. And you know what? Let's not worry about directly crafting fuel. I'll just use a good 60 or so of it off of the residue to make it. Like, I'm gonna have plenty of residue, what with making plastics and rubbers. So instead, I could just make the fuel out of that instead. Then use a little bit of it for smokeless powder. I will still be swimming in fuel using this method. Ah. Well, Control V didn't work, so I guess we're doing this by hand. I swear I saw in the hotkeys somewhere that there is a thing for that, but I'm not going to bother to look for it just yet. So I'm more inclined to believe that copying and pasting machines like that is a blueprint function. And I can force it to stay level and still come out where I need it. Yeah. So this is the crude pipe, and these are going to be heavy pipes. Now, the verticality of these is not any concern of mine. Perhaps I should have raised them up a floor. That way I can run pipes underneath them. I mean, nothing's stopping me doing that yet. A little too high, I guess. Oh, what's that? Really? Ah, I can no longer stash my ceiling. That's what I thought. It did drop another one on the floor. Anyway. That helps. Wow, that's already well beyond what it can handle, eh? Well, at the very least, I'm going to have to set the centerpiece closer to the middle of the area. Alright, now we're at least on the floor. going to do is... Now I can take this one out, use this one to snap. And then, using this as my setting point. Ah! Oh, that's okay. We can... Yeah, we can center it still like that. And then we can just shove it over as far as possible. And hope that that's fucking far enough. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. Now we have fit in the exact same amount as before. And we just have to check the clearance. It's even better than before. I've got more room than I did. Look at that. I do have floor holes, so... If I raise you all up... there would still be some clearance, yeah. Too happy with the drag there. Crawling my way through. Alright, that should be perfect. Once again, that's definitely not going to fit a ton junction. Alright, she's happy about that, so... Wrong 5. That's the 5 I'm looking for. Okay. What is that? So, 3 on each side. Center mass. Ah, that's what it was snapping to. Okay. Couldn't figure out what it was before. Ah, I know. Oh. Oh. Two, 4, 6. Oh, I'm fitting an extra in next to this. Now, for the most part, on these inputs, yeah, I don't have to worry about the physical input slots. Those are primarily for other recipes. That I will probably unlock down the line, and stuff like the residual recipes, which need both a solid and a liquid. So as long as my pipes are fine, I'm in good shape here. Do I have more dismantle crates laying around? No, we're good. Okay. So, pretty sure that should be fine. 'Cause that's 4 plus 2, I want to say. So that's a good 6er ascension. Absolute maximum, it would be 7, depending on if it counts the top and the bottom of the pipe. Head lift 10 meters. 10 meters. Yep, that should be fine. Alright, so now we're running 8. 2, 4, 6, 8 instead of 6. Managed to fit more in there by cramming them up one level. Not complaining, not complaining. That'll do. Oh god. It's like I thought I heard the tippity tap CDs of the fucking douchebag spawning, but nah, it's just the gates. Okay, that's sufficient for it to... Alright. What are you trying to snap to? The fuck? Anyway. Ignoring that. Okay, I can still bring one out if I want to, if I need to. But with 8 of them going... Yeah, it's 100% rubber production running through. Okay, I'm gonna... That puff of dust just fucking got me. Alright, so oil's gonna go out, rubber's gonna go out. I'll just stick to junctions, and then at the end, order that verticality. Oh, that can bend pretty sharply. I was not giving the pipes enough credit. Noodly indeed. Alright, so 4 per side, 80. Actually, let's just, do the math. 8 of them running and putting out output. rubber. Be 160, so that's not even close to filling up a pipe. But no, okay, yeah, 4 times 2 is 8. So each side is putting out 80. So I can stick them all in the same pipe. Yeah, no big deal. Alright, good. That leaves room for the conveyor belt. That's all I need. Yeah, shite. Don't want it to jostle up on the terrain. Better use the nudge to make sure it goes where I want it to. On the elevation that I want it to as well. Alright, all linked up. There's not exactly room for a vertical bin there, so guess we're sticking it down here, eh? Why does Control want to snap it that way? That's weird. I mean, I guess if you say that's a line, take the word for it. Yep, okay, as long as it works. I would prefer a cleaner, healthier snapping, but if it gets the job done. I mean, it's good enough. No one will ever know. Okay, so you're gonna collect all of my oil. All 160 of it. Then I'm going to use it to make fuel and smokeless powder. So, to do that, I need increments of 60. So let's say 2 of them are going to be making fuel, and then 1 of them is going to be making 6 copies of that smokeless powder. Going to be making a lot of smokeless powder. So, that means I'm going to need 2 refineries running fuel production. Third one. So, if I have you do that, nah, you're just too far into the wall. I can't make that work. Alright, perfect fit. On the other hand, the output is less than desirable. Even if I only use it to make fuel, I don't think I can... Yeah, I cannot reach that. Perfect, perfect. There's no way I can't get that to attach, right? Alright, good. It's a little jank. It's going through the terrain. I don't suppose... Well, it certainly sounds like something's breaking, but it didn't. So. Definitely don't want to deal with material outputs here. So we're going to call that the first, and you Well, you weren't happy until I locked your position, so you can deal with it. Yep. Alright, so a whole bunch of that. 180 for all 8 of those machines. 120 of it gets consumed here for fuel. And I could just make it all fuel, and that would be very, very simple. At which point, well, I gotta do this shit. There we go. 4. Oh, okay. If I wanted to, I could instead produce. I could peel off 40, then use the remaining 20, and a little bit of sulfur if it's anywhere in the vicinity to self-sufficiently craft this. So I thought about that before, but now that I'm actually like laying it out, that does seem more viable, even if it's a little weird to make coal out of oil. Okay, there's my hotkey. That's not promising. That is way the fuck out there, but it is a pure node. That's another pure node. I actually like put those where the thing is, right? Yeah, okay, it's just covered by the scan, so. How far away is that? Seems pretty far. I don't know. Pure node would be 120 base, right? So 240 of it rolling in. That would be enough for 16. 16. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay then. So one of those would produce 120 of that. Instead of 40, produce 120 coal. 1 to 1. So half that, 8. You could run 8 black powder crafters, running 30 per. Which is infinitely more than you would need for that, for 2 stacks of that engine. So yeah, 1 Coke recipe could run about 8 black powders and still have 2 oil left over to craft. 8 times 3 is 240, so I'd craft 240 black powder. And still have 2 oil left over to use. Jesus Christ, that is such an overload of recipe. You really stack that up. Anyway, we're not gonna mess with that because the sulfur is kind of fucking out there.
We're just gonna make the fuel.